जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे।
one and all. I am Kanaya Jodi with my co-host to welcome you all to this international conference. Gaining knowledge is the first step to wisdom. Sharing it is the first step to humanity. The International Conference on Initiatives and Challenges in Industrial Era 5.0 will encourage and exchange the knowledge and experience among the learned person. The ultimate goal is to acquire knowledge and sharing it with everyone who come into their life. We hope that our dreams will take us to the corners of our minds, to the highest of our hopes, to the windows of our opportunities, and to more special places our heart has ever known. With an inward reservoir of courage, hope, and confidence, by assuring trust that all will come out well, let us march forward to the day ahead.
From the rising of the sun to the place where it sits, the name of the Lord is to be praised. Let us begin this international conference with the blessings of God, the Almighty, to live and fulfill our wishes in all our endeavors. Let us all stand up and invoke the blessings of God.
All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small. All things bright and wonderful, the good God made them all. All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small. All things bright and wonderful, the good God made them all. Each little flower that opens, each little bird that sings, He made their glowing colors, He made their tiny wings. All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small. All things bright and wonderful, the good God made them all. The purple headed mountains, the river running by, the sunset and the morning that brightens up the sky. All things bright and beautiful, all creatures great and small. All things bright and wonderful, the good God made them all.
Please be seated.
Darkness could not drive out blackness, only light can accomplish. So let us hope that the brightness of education overcomes the darkness of divisions, injustice, and aggression in society and leads us to growth, equality, and liberty. Now I invite Reverend Dr. Alphonse Manikam S.J., Dr. A. Marcus, Reverend Dr. A. Michael John S.J., Dr. A. Salit Mary Vetriselvi, and Dr. A. R.K. Das to light the lamp. Thank you all for lighting the lamp.
Welcome all experiences. You never know which one is going to turn everything on. Now I invite Professor Joe Pascal Xavier, our coordinator, to welcome the gathering.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, respected professors, research scholars, and dear students, a warm morning to you all. Now we have gathered here for the inaugural function of the International Conference on Initiatives and Challenges in Industrial Era 5.0. And on this special day, important day, I'm happy to stand before you to welcome you all for this grand function. And at the outset, let me welcome our dear Father Secretary, Reverend Dr. Alphonse Mancom, for this inaugural function. And to give a brief introduction about our father, he has served our Jesuit institution in various capacities. He was a former principal. During his tenure as principal, our college reached an important milestone of scoring a CGPA of 3.50 in the NAC accreditation. And he has done his PhD from France, and he's teaching French for our students. And he's currently in charge of taking care of all our infrastructure needs, okay, and providing a nice ambience for teaching and learning. So thank you, Father, and welcome again. And let me invite our HOD, Dr. Arati Das, to honor our secretary with a shot. Thank you, sir. Now, he has done his UG, BCom, MCom, MPhil, and PhD from University of Madras. He has cleared his CA Inter and the NET. He has done his diploma and in Tally and also in computer applications. His area of specialization is finance and taxation. He has a total of 30 years of professional experience at the university level. And he has also held various positions like NSS coordinator, cultural coordinator, Commerce Association president, deputy director of the Loyola Institute of Vocational Education, and chief mentor of Entrepreneurial Development Cell, post-coordinator of Center for International Program, and he has also been the Dean of Arts of Loyola College. And we are extremely happy, sir, Dr. Market, and a very warm welcome to you, sir. May I invite Father Secretary to honor our chief guest with a shawl. Next in line, Reverend Father has done his MBA and MA HRM from Bharatidasan University, Trichy. And as a development and management consultant, he has offered his services in areas such as leadership and capacity building, community building, organizational development, and strategic planning. He has chaired many seminars and workshops with various sections of people presented papers in various national and international conferences and seminars, and he is currently the director of ZIBA, Xavier Institute of Business Administration, and he's working towards making the ZIBA one of the premier business schools in our locality. And he has also held various positions as assistant professor in St. Joseph's Institute of Management, St. Joseph's College, Trichy. And he was the director of New Hostel and Clive's Hostel. Was also the administrator of a Jesuit Refugee Service, an NGO. And Reverend Dr. Michael John S.J., we are very, very pleased to have you with us, Father, and a warm welcome to you, Father. Now, may I invite Dr. Sendil Mani to honor our Father with a shawl. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father. He is a gentleman professor. He is shouldering the biggest responsibility of heading the largest department of our college, a meticulous planner and an executioner. He guides and encourages us in all endeavor, and he is our dear head of the department, Dr. R.K. Das, and respected sir, a warm welcome to you, sir. And we now invite Dr. Sahai Meli to honor our HOD with a shawl. Thank you. And our warm and sincere welcome to Dr. Vetri Selvi. She is the former colleague of our department, and she is currently the assistant professor at St. Mary's College, Trichy. And Madam, warm welcome to you, Madam. Sorry. Yeah, may I invite Dr. Ravindran to honor our professor with the shawl. Thank you. Now, may I invite Dr. Rahul to present a memento for our chief guest, Dr. Marcus. It is prepared by one of our students, first year student, handmade. And finally, a candle never loses anything by lighting other candles. Okay. And respected professors and research scholars, you have come from different places to share your knowledge in this knowledge festival. And I really appreciate and thank you for coming. And I warm welcome to you all, dear scholars and professors. Okay, once again, welcome you all. Thank you.
Welcoming is a part and partial of any gathering that gives proper way of beginning of an event. Thank you, Professor Joe Pascal, sir, for the wonderful start.
Inspiration is some mysterious blessings which happens when the wheels are turning smoothly. Now I request Reverend Dr. Alphonse Manikam SJ, our secretary, to give the words of blessings which would keep us to be inspired.
Respected Reverend Father Michael John, respected Dr. Marcus, the head of the Department of Commerce, Loyola College, Chennai, respected Dr. Aurika Das, the head of the Department of Commerce of our college, and Dr. Joe Pascal, the coordinator of the Shift to Commerce program, which is organizing this international conference today. Respected professors Anthony Rahul Golden and Senthil Manikandan, the conveners, special invitees from different institutions, Professor Vetri Selvi, and my dear students and staff. The topic of the conference, initiatives and challenges in the industrial era. It was in the middle of the 18th century. The Industrial Revolution started in Europe, started with England, America, and other countries of Europe. Along with the Industrial Revolutions, the lifestyle, the standard of living of every citizen, every country in the West also started developing. There was a revolution in culture, revolution in standard of life, innovations of new machines, which resulted in the use of less of manpower for any kind of work and more of machines for all kinds of products. That is how we find the impact of Industrial Revolution starting from the middle of the 18th century. 19th and 20th centuries witnessed a tremendous growth of science and technology thanks to the Industrial Revolutions. When we talk of Industrial Revolutions, all kinds of machines for all purposes, for all activities of the human race originated office, anything that you think of, we have machines replacing human power. This is how we find the impact of the Industrial Revolution. We were using typewriter. There is no more a typewriter today. We were using cameras. Cameras are not to be seen so much as we see the mobile today. Even the computer, for which one huge table was needed those days, now it is in your lap, your fingertips. So this is the growth of industry revolution leading to science and technology. This is something very positive, something that we admire, we appreciate, we are proud of. India is not very far from catching in tune with these developments. While we think of the positive impact of the industrial revolutions, the science and technology, also they have yielded to a lot of waste, which even the founders of the machines were not able to find a solution. It is what is called industrial waste. country like India doesn't know how to do away with industrial waste. We talk of reuse, recycle, but these captions are very far from reality. Everywhere we find heaps of waste, which is not very much in the West. This is where we are today. It is in this context we have a conference international, and this conference is both, I observe, online as well as offline. There are some who will be talking to us from Bangkok, California, Ireland, Germany, etc., etc. Hope they're available and the technology permits all of us to have a pleasant listening to these lectures. There are some who have come over here to be physically with us, to interact with us. And therefore, the initiatives and challenges, what they are in this industrial era, is something that this conference is looking forward to. What are going to be the findings of the conference? How the scholars and students are going to be inspired, challenged, motivated by the various input sessions today and tomorrow is something that we have to wait and see. I'm only very hopeful that all the initiatives and the efforts of the staff and students of Shift to Do Commerce the last few days, weeks, and months will definitely yield the desired results, a sense of satisfaction, a feeling of accomplishment, a memento to go deeply. And it is in this context, I also would like to tell all our students and staff as well, every conference, every workshop, every program that you organize is also a learning process, a practical exposure for the staff and students. It is in this context, I would like to appeal to you, rather suggest that even a prayer song should be sung by our students. You don't have to depend upon what has been available ready-made. Though we go for ready-made for many things, occasion like this, some students should be given this opportunity to come, stand, but to come and stand to sing, you need practice, unison. That is the part of growth and training that conference like this would offer to all the students. And therefore, while offering my best wishes, I'm only looking forward to a very, very inspiring and highly meaningful statement that would be part of the result of the conference today and tomorrow. Wish you everyone all the very best. May God bless every one of you. Thank you.
A sincere word of blessing is nothing but an extension of generous self. Thank you, Father, for your blessings.
When you are surrounded by flowers, you breathe better. Next, I request Dr. A. Arokyadas, Head of the Department of Commerce, to felicitate the gathering at this special moment.
Reverend Dr. Alphonse Manicamus J., our Secretary, Reverend Father Michael John S.G., the Director of ZIBA, Dr. Marcus, Head of the Department of Commerce, Loyola College, Chennai, who is presiding over this international conference, respected professors, Dr. Rahul and Dr. Manikandan, respected Professor Joe Pascal Xavier, the coordinator, respected Professor and our former student, Vetri Selvi, who is currently working as assistant professor in the Department of Commerce and Mary's College, Tuticorin, other professors and students. Good morning to all of you. Good morning. This great Department of Commerce, SIFT 2, which was started in the year 1998, has started growing in different dimensions. I still remember the first batch of the students in the year 1998, where we had only 7 students. The first batch of SIFT 1 had only 7 students. I still remember their name: Sweta, Preeta, Johnson, and so on. Sundar. And a department which was started with 7 students now had grown up to the extent of having 9 sections with approximately a student strength of 250 plus. A department which was started with 1 major now started expanding its entire growth process. And in the next year, we are going to start become logistics management. And this exactly is the dimension in which this particular department is growing in all spheres, be it cultural, be it extra and co-curricular activities, be it in organizing academic activities of this nature. SIFT 2 Commerce always stands first. And I take this wonderful opportunity in congratulating all the staff members and students for all the contributions that you make towards making our students to grow better day by day. And I'm also happy to learn that our department has opted for a wonderful topic, which is the need of the hour for deliberations this year. And I hope that this for the first time, we go for both on and offline mode, having 2 days of international conference. Change is permanent. Change is something which cannot be avoided. And you and me cannot remain constant. Things are drastically changing. And therefore, business entities also need to change. And in industry era 5.0, you can see that there is a close linkage which is connected between human and the machine. Robots are going to take up many of our activities. It is going to somehow or the other deliver faster and efficient delivery of many things from our side, especially from the manufacturing side, by way of using the modern technology, including artificial intelligence, big data, and other things like Internet of Things. These are the developments which we need to somehow or the other adopt in the entire growth process. We cannot keep away ourselves from the rest of the developments which are taking place in the entire world. It's true that these developments are going to render so many good things. It is going to create a kind of good relationship between machine and man. It is going to deliver best things like reducing the manufacturing cost, reducing the wastage, and better delivery of each and everything. There's no doubt on it. But the other side of any revolutionary process is what it delivers, something which may not be that fitting enough to the environment. This concept of industrial revolution or industrial era 5.0 has its own negative consequences too. For example, you could see that majority of the people in India are living below poverty line. Majority of the people are not that much technically enhanced. you take into account what exactly is happening in the environment, the soil, the air, and the water. In one side, we need to march forward, we need to go ahead, we need to somehow or the scale great heights. On the other side, it has its own consequences. As I said earlier, the environment is getting gradually polluted. You could see that even Keralites, the waste materials from Kerala is being dumped in Tengasi. That is the context, that is the situation. Majority of the people are not that much technologically enhanced. And how this concept of 5.0, industrial era 5.0 is going to take care of all these aspects. Though on the other one side, we could see it delivers many things, many good things. But there are things which we really look into on the other side, especially with regard to the impact of this particular concept of industrial era 5.0 in the environment, in people. You can see that the affordability of the people is not that much increasing as in correlation with what is really happening in the market. There are people still who are not earning that much, but they also somehow need to raise up themselves to the level of what is being offered in the market. They should also have their own capacity to buy the products and services which are being offered in the market, and how this concept of industry era 5.0 is going to take care of all these things. And this is my only concern. And I hope that this international conference will address all these issues, and that will definitely enlighten all of us to have a better understanding, so that we'll be able to enlighten the rest of our students towards moving great heights. And with this small note, I would like to once again congratulate the department. I know what exactly is the tireless effort taken by the organizers for the past 1 month. We had different discussions, having different dates, whether to have 1 day's conference or 2 days conference. Likewise, things were going on, and finally we have concluded that we should organize only 2 days international conference. And that was the decision taken by the department, which is really to be appreciated. And I also congratulate the coordinator, Professor Joe Pascal Xavier, who is taking care of the departmental activities. And I congratulate once again all the professors and the students. And I thank the organizing committee for having given this wonderful opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you. Thank you very much. God bless all of us.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your ideas and perception with us.
Your efforts and courage are not enough without purpose and direction. Now I invite Reverend Dr. Michael John S.J., Director of Ziva, to deliver the presidential address.
Reverend Dr. Alphonse Manicom, the Secretary. Dr. A. Marcus, Head Department of Commerce, Loyola College, Chennai. Dr. A. Arakidas, Head Department of Commerce, St. Xavier's College. Mr. R. Joe Pascal Xavier, the Coordinator, Department of Commerce, St. Xavier's College. Professor Vettiselvi, Professors Golden Rakul and Senthil Manikandan, and all the professors from other colleges and students from other colleges, and my dear loving students of SXC. This particular topic is a bit difficult to understand, and it has a lot of challenges for us. Industrial era 5.0. As mentioned by Father Secretary and Dr. Arakidas, I would like to just highlight 1 or 2 points and leave the floor to Marcus. Experience, exploration, and you must go for evaluation. The experience of human beings or human persons are not to be confined. Our experiences definitely make us to go further. Our experiences make us to explore all the possibilities. And the possibilities which cannot be embraced, and we try to embrace. And everyone has an experience. The experience teaches us a lot, but we don't pay attention to all the experiences. That's where all these revolutions, industrial revolutions, have come into existence. As mentioned, IoTs, data, big data, and yet another important element is machine learning. All these things are for what? To make good decision. The industrialist must have the mind and attitude to take good decision for the human race. Therefore, it has a lot of opportunities, no doubt about it. At the same time, it has a lot of challenges. So it has grown to machine or human-machine interactions very rapidly. And how much this can be linked is the biggest challenge. Now, my dear students and professors, you might have heard or you might have listened to people who are working in the industry right now of your generation. We have been talking about the millennial generation, and we have yet another important generation. What is that? Can anyone guess? Now we are not living in millennial. Where are we? And the students over there sitting, which generation we are? Anyone guess? Any guess? It is zillennial generation. We are slowly moving from millennial to zillennial generation. There is a generation war. The generation war is going to take place. And this war is going to take away the humans, or are we going to just be part of these machines or the war? And nothing beyond human creativity and innovation. You can have robots, you can have anything in your hand. Mind you and caution you, everything is an extension of human hands. Everything is an extension of human hands. It is out of our creativity and our innovation. So recently we conducted a seminar, international seminar on employer engagement, not employee engagement. This employer engagement is a recent trend. That's what I said, what's happening in the industry today. Those students who have been recruited and they are in the company, they are saying, recently I met one who's working in the Infosys, and he was saying, Father, gone are those days that when the students come into the industry, so we give them training, kind of induction, orientation, etc., etc. But now the managers ask us to go for orientation. Would like to appreciate the organizing committee and the professors who are taking a lot of initiatives to impart knowledge on this particular topic, Industrial Era 5.0. Please lend your ears, learn as much as possible, and these millennial generations have a lot of queries, questions, doubts, clarifications. And this zillennial generation, they don't want to get married. The girls, boys, they don't want to marry. Go through the books, go through the reflections and findings. They want to enjoy to the maximum. That's where the bestie friendship. You know what it is. That has coming into existence. It was there, late 90s. It It has come into Chennai, and it is among the college students. Now it is with the school students also. So they don't want to get married, neither they don't want to work hard, and they don't want to work smart. So this is a trend now coming and taking control of all their minds. So let's be aware of it. Thank you. God bless you all.
Just a few words about Dr. Marcus. I wanted to add when I felicitated Dr. Marcus. We worked together in Loyola College at different capacities. Very lovely gentleman, very kind, affectionate, very much concerned about every human person, very unassuming, highly academic and professional. And last week, there was an international conference organized by him, by his department in Chennai, Loyola, on business analytics for sustainable digital transformation. It was very well attended. Any program organized by Commerce Department, Loyola College, will have a greater attraction, a large gathering, as we have also in the Commerce Department of our own college. Some of the students of commerce call themselves royal students, loyal commerce, etc. Maybe that adds to even the competitions you have won in the cultures. I think commerce won in the cultures here, and commerce won in the cultures in Loyola as well, first place. And I happened to be invited for the benediction of the international conference. It was beautifully organized, thanks to all the organizers under the leadership of Dr. Marcus. And we are very happy, and I am personally happy to find him here to be with us today. As the resource person of this first session, he will talk from his heart, not from his books. He is the person we have. I'm very happy. Wish you all the very best. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for your precious words of wisdom. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. We are lucky to have amidst us Dr. A. Marcus, Head of the Department of Commerce, Loyola College, Chennai. It's our pleasure to invite Dr. A. Marcus to deliver the inaugural address.
Very good morning. Great. Respected Father Secretary in this great institution, respected Father Director of ZIBA in absentia, respected Head of the Department of Commerce, respected Coordinator, and Dr. Vettiselvi, respected conveners, organized secretaries, dear student friends, as well as the invitees. Very good morning to one and all. Happy to find in the midst of our own family members, Jesuits. I am from Loyola, a Jesuit college, and I always want to have a step inside this great institution. Thanks to Dr. Rahul and the coordinators, as well the organizers, for enabling me to touch this holistic place. When Father talked about, he completed the entirety. History is the breath of Father Secretary. He is from the stable of History Department. He is the mother of all humanities. I find he's a teacher of French also, a multi-dimensional professional father. When Father was principal in Loyola College evening, he used to give one word in almost all meeting. Kindly talk
the students by seeing the eyes. You could rather invade them, conquer them intellectually and academically. That always go into my mind. And when I talk, I always see their eyes. And for 30 plus years, lot of the students still remember all of us because we talk through eyes. Thanks for the bit idea or bit advice given to us, Father. What is the reason for these sort of conferences? When I asked Rahul what's the topic, he said industry era 5.0. I never knew whether industry will have 5.0 because not even 4.0 is complete. He explained, and afterwards I rather went into the Google and find the treasure. And we have to understand the importance as well as concern, the roses as well as thorns in the words of industry era 5.0. Normally, I always feel whenever an institution, it should have 5 or 6 important dimensions. Number one, academic, it should be rather strong in academics. Number two, research, these sort of conferences. The third one is sports. Of course, we are aging in sports also. And cultural, Indigo is a great example. Social, without social, the Jesuit college is not there. The societal is one more feather on the cap of all our institution. Spiritual, whether we love it or not, spirit is always in the veins and grains of us. So our Saint Xavier's College feeds and all these things in a right way. Great people are studying in the great institution. Congrats to every one of you. Normally, Jesuit institution will always focus on 3 things. Number 1, formation. Number 2, seasoning. Number 3, margins are greater. What is formation? When I asked a student here, he said, I'm from first year. I was so elated because normally first year boys or girls will not come into this sort of work. But these people come and work. That means from day one, we are trying to form it. I also want to congratulate and appreciate our own organizers for making the first year students to come to the right place. The second thing is seasoning. Second thing is, what is seasoning? Seasoning is nothing but formation is one where we are rather actively involved. Seasoning is one where we don't involve but just watch. We rather cut the tree, put it fallow, it rather get seasoned or dried up. Seasoning is one where we are being given formatted. The 3 years time makes all of us to get seasoned. And Magis, the Loyola's magical word. What is Magis? Greater. We don't rather set with great or greatest. We always go for edge over. From day one to next, from next to next, we always try to go for the field of development. When I was talking to Dr. Suresh, he said, next year we're going to celebrate 100th year. And also Commerce is going to celebrate 25th year. Both are rather getting synced. So a lot of things are going to get things done in this future. So formation, seasoning, margins are the 3 important mantras that we always stress on. Normally, we teach you right and we forget. But the days are not like that because we have one thing called triple I, industry, institution, interaction. Industry, afterwards our children are going to industry. The industry will ask what you taught. So now we have a real scary feel that whether you are teaching rightly or not comfortably good. So before we teach, as far as the secretary highlighted, we go back, we try to Google and find what is expected. So we have 3 things: industry, institution, interaction. So tomorrow when our own students go to the industry, they should not be only a learned person, they should be rather educated person also. In that order, this sort of concept rather support in that issue also. And of course, we are in the 5th industrial era. The first industrial era is started in 1718, mechanical from human, it comes to mechanical. The second industrial revolution started in 1817, from mechanical, it went on to electrical. The third, 1970, IT is encroaching into the industry. The fourth is 2018 IoT, Internet of Things. Fifth is 2022 I 5.0. You could rather understand few things from this. Number one, from 1780 to 1870, at least 90 years gap were there. From 1870 to 1970, at least 100 years gap were there. From 1970 to 2018, few years gap, and from 18 to 22, 4 years. That means what? Things are going very, very fast. Today is gone, and future is not tomorrow, but today. So that is a speed in which we are working. And what we should do, there are certain drivers. Number one, we have to integrate. Number two, we have to collaborate. Number three, we have to support. What is industry 5.0? In industry 4.0 made everyone to be robotic, automated, no smile, no heart, no impulsion, and no feel. It rather made the people to die. The feeling was completely killed. But 5.0 want to put some sort of feel. You would have seen the Yendran, ஒரு famous dialect இருக்கும். Yendran, right? வசீகரன், அப்புறம் சிட்டி பாபு, அப்புறம் ஐஸ்வர்யா இருப்பாங்க. So this சிட்டி பாபு will be rather அந்த ரோபோ அவர் கோச்சிட்டு ஒரு பக்கம் ஒதுங்கி இருப்பாரு. இப்போ நம்ம இவரு இருக்காரு வசீகரன், அவரும் ஒரு பக்கம் ஒதுங்கி இருப்பாரு கோவமா. நடுவில் ஐஸ்வர்யா டக்குன்னு பார்த்துட்டு வசீகரா சிட்டி கோவம் வந்துச்சு அப்படின்னுவாங்க. அப்படி சொல்லுவார் அவரு. That's a very important dialogue in that entire film. That means உலோகத்துக்கு உணர்வு வந்தால், when the metalist got the feel, and from there only the story turns. In simple terms, when the robo is given the heart, that is what 5.0 means. 5.0 is nothing but human machine interaction. The human says, machine says, human, you are my God, kindly come and help us. I will help. In simple terms, when machine was bossing in 4.0, machine says, kindly come and collaborate. So we are going to give the feel to the machine so that machine will also get to embrace. But one great concern is you have to keep at par with the machine. That means you have to upskill, uplearn, and we have to update. So it's a major concern. And with this, I have to rather stop for a while and rather catch up with more information after some time. Thank you, wishes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for coming over all along to our college to share and to enlighten our students.
Acknowledging the good that you already have in your life is a foundation for all abundance. Now I invite Professor Dr. J. Sahaya Mary to acknowledge the good that we received today with her words of gratitude.
Good morning, friends. I feel honored and privileged to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. At the outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to Reverend Dr. Alphonse Manikum, our secretary, Reverend Dr. Michael John, the director of ZIBA in absentia, for their constant and meticulous guidance, inspiring us to host this international conference successfully, for sparing their valuable time and gracing the inaugural ceremony, and sharing with us their vision through presidential address, felicitations, and their words of blessings to the gathering. I would like to place on record my hearty thanks to Dr. A. Marcus, the head of the Department of Commerce, Loyola College, Chennai, who graced this function by sharing his experiences, his own thoughts and visions. We thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and coming over here amidst us, in spite of your hectic schedule, to deliver the inaugural address. I wish to express my profuse thanks to Dr. Arakidas, the head of the Department of Commerce, for his gracious presence today, which adds an additional dimension to the significant function. I thank you, sir, for felicitating the gathering. I thank Dr. Salit Mary Vettichelvi, our former colleague and friend of mine, who is with us today. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Professor Joe Pascasevia, our coordinator, for welcoming the gathering. Thank you, sir. Once again, I thank one and all. Have a nice day.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of gratitude.
hey, this is an informal discussion. I would love questions in between. So in these days of, in the modern era of international trade and logistics, especially with what has been happening currently with so many pitfalls that have been going around, it has disturbed a lot of trade within so many countries of the world. So I will start from the beginning and tell you about responsible trading. And it's 5 different topics: regulatory environment. It means all the regulations that the governments of all the countries in the world have put into place. So India has their regulatory environment enforced by Indian customs, and so does all the countries of the world: the US, the EU, Africa, countries in Africa, China, South America, and all of these others. So we'll discuss a little bit about that, because it's important for all of us, including the international traders, to understand the regulations. So we do not really need to depend on attorneys and lawyers. The interpretation of the regulations is not really difficult. So that's something that I would love to ask you to try to interpret in your own way, all the regulations that govern the import and export. So the process of importing and exporting, my next point, involves the business angle of it and all the companies that have a process built into the importing and exporting process. So just like, for example, Maruti in India, Big Bazaar, the Tata Group and the Birla companies, and so many other SMEs, small, medium-sized enterprises, import as well as export. They have an inbuilt importing and export process that needs to comply with all the regulations that govern the import and export. So the regulations actually come out from the Ministry of Finance. The regulations do not come out from Indian Customs. Indian Customs really enforce the regulations, as do all customs organizations in the world. I'll pause now. I just want to confirm whether you can hear me well enough.
Yes, sir. Michael, yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So there are techniques in complying with all those regulations that companies internally build in. So it all depends on the kind of product and the industry the company is involved in. So an automotive company like Maruti, or a food delivery or a food import-export business like perhaps Big Bazaar or Glaxo, those are different industry with different product ranges. So their compliance will be under different laws, and their techniques will definitely match with those laws. So in building in their process, they have to have some techniques on how to go about complying with those. Without techniques in the company, it's very difficult to comply accurately with all the laws. So the first thing is to understand the law, interpret it in your own way, have a process built in, and build in techniques depending on your market, on your product, on your industry. Then, of course, is the business operations. Business operations means all the divisions within the company that are responsible for international trade, setting up bank accounts, the finance, the legal, and all of those have to kind of come into play so that it all works cohesively for the company in general. And finally, the supply chain capabilities. Supply chain, in the context of my talk today, means moving goods from point A to point B efficiently, cost effectively, without damage to goods. So it does not entail or encompass supply chain of materials, supply chain within factories, etc. That is not the remit of my talk today, as well as in international trade. It's just about movement, freight management of the goods from parts of the world to other parts of the world. So a company would need to have some supply chain capability built into their company. So they should have some expertise in-house, maybe a department handling the freight business, or if not, then they should hire out or outsource this to a capable company that can handle these worldwide supply chain issues. So here's the world, just a map of the world, and see where India is placed as compared to the United States, the Russia, Australia, South America, Africa. So, you know, we have about like 220, 230 countries in the world. And most of them, close to 200, are members of the WTO, World Trade Organization. So the World Trade Organization sets up or has set up guidelines for international trade. So the WTO was established around 1990, 1992. And before that, it was the Uruguay round and the GATT, G-A-T-T, which means General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade, that was set up close to after the Second World War. So I think I'm preaching to the choir. You all know what that means. After the Second World War, governments got together and said, hey, we don't want any wars and conflicts. Let's get together. Let's build up some trade practices and engage in international trade more effectively, so that people will get jobs, the economy of countries will increase, and we won't have that many conflicts. So they set up this group called General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade, lasted for about 10, 15 years. It matured into the Uruguay rounds. It matured into the WTO, which we still have today as a trading bloc encompassing close to 200 countries as members. Currently, there are a lot of initiatives into sustainability, and this word is bandied about quite a lot. And what does it mean as it compares to international trade? So international trade means growing product, producing product, and shipping them across the continents, shipping them across oceans, shipping them by air. All of this costs carbon. All of this costs material from the earth. So we are taking out material from the earth. We should be putting it back. For example, air, water, and earth are three main ingredients, natural ingredients that belong to everybody. So we should not be spending them recklessly. So they are now using green measures, renewable energy and cleaner technology, for especially with electricity and transportation, because they are the two prime movers in international trade. Without electricity and transportation, no international trade can take place. So many companies have involved themselves into creating some value and preserving the resources that they use, in line with UN Sustainable Development Goals, which are to end poverty, to protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. So all of these three items are very general. I mean, it really doesn't point to any action. It just has a statement. But what do we do? How do we implement these three strategies? So there are companies that are doing in-house what the strategy says. So they are implementing the techniques. So they're incorporating social engineering in their procedures so that they don't harm the environment. And again, the environment is the air we breathe, the water we have, and the earth we trod on. So the forests and the flora and the fauna and all of that needs to be protected. As far as international trading companies are concerned, many of the large companies, especially in the US, where I live, many of the companies like Bath and Body Works, Skechers, Gap company, for example, and you've heard of all of these other companies that are implementing the strategies within the company, and they're actually appointing at the chief executive level, like chief enforcement officer, chief green officer, chief environmental officer, at that very high level, that they instruct all the people that report up to them on how they are trading efficiently, as well as trading in a green manner. And then they have a reporting system built up so that they comply or even exceed the expectations that the UN sustainability goals have set up. And of course, we all know most of the countries in the world have some recycling method within the companies itself. So if you have to throw trash, you know, you have trash cans and garbage bins outside your hall where you have separate trash cans for paper, plastic, and for garbage. So all of that goes out to recycling. So many countries of the world have implemented that so that we can recycle some of the products that can be recycled. Now, these 4 items at the bottom under the commitment are mainly set up by companies that profess these to the employees and everyone working for the company. So before they join the company, the employee is given an employee handbook, as you know, and within the employee handbook, orienting them to joining the company, they have all of these sustainability goals and trading commitment mentioned in the employee handbook. So every person working for a Maruti, working for a Big Bazaar, or Tata Group, they will have this employee handbook and these items will be mentioned in them, as well as companies working in the UK, in France, in the US. They believe in sourcing products from natural ingredients. They want to support the local farmers, which means when they buy coffee or they're selling coffee, for example, a part of the profit of that coffee goes back to the country of origin, to the farmers directly. So they're kind of responsibly managing the resources. And therefore, they are creating industry standards or benchmarks that other companies can use. And lo and behold, many of these companies have internal auditors. If not, they hire external auditors. And you might have heard of companies like SGS, Cotecna, some of these auditing companies that go to factories to audit practices that other companies take into play. So they go out to audit those companies. And many of these companies hire them to come out and say, hey, come over and audit us to see whether we are trading responsibility and saving the environment and not wasting resources. And they get an audit report. So they are doing it deliberately on their own account without any regulatory push on them, without the government telling them on that. So in fact, the industry is driving the green environment, not the government. The government never started this all over the world. The government, the rules, regulations, as we all know, follow the trend. There's something that started, a new industry has started, a new flash has come on, a new social media has come on. Then the government comes over and says, well, let's regulate this. So obviously but who knows whether the product is organic? The companies might just have put the word in to market the product. So it's a good marketing gesture. So there is a method to have products certified organic in the world. And these 6 agencies are the ones that certify organic product itself. So it's good to question when you go out and buy a bag of rice, or you go out to buy a can of juice and it says organic in there. Hey, it's a good question. If the shopkeeper doesn't have the answer to it, there are phone numbers and addresses at the back. It's good to question the company and say, is it really organic? Can you prove it? So such and such like that. So we, as consumers, we become more aware and we are helping to trade efficiently. We are helping to trade organically, so to speak. So there are companies here, I've just put up 4 of them. They are mainly like either NGOs or they are quasi-government companies. Fair Trade Federation, Fair Trade Certified, World Fair Trade Organization, and there are several others. So what do these companies do? These companies help certify products made, manufactured, produced, grown by companies that import and export as being organic, as being healthy, as being safe. So after having audited or evaluating the processes of these companies, they give them these marks. So if you see a product with this mark, then you are ensured that at least the product you're buying has been produced in a fair, organic way. So they do have social impact, and they are good for health and well-being of ours. And of course, they protect the environment and they empower the communities, by which I mean is that when these companies go out to audit, they want to find out whether the growers and the producers and the laborers that actually do the work, they do the work. It's not the packers, it's not the exporters, it's not the importers, it's not the middlemen. They don't do any work. The work comes out from the producer. And those are the people that are being taken advantage of today and have been for many, many years. So these are the issues that need to be alleviated. And there are companies, of course, that are trying their best to do it. And there are these companies like the certifying bodies that are helping them as empowering the community. Give back from where you have taken. Do not take advantage. So all these marks that we see are certifying marks, and quite confident, in fact, if you do buy a product like that. It might cost you a few cents more, but hey, so what? You're helping the environment. So I'll stop here for a minute to ask if there are any questions from the audience or anybody listening in to me. Yes? No? Any questions? Okay. I don't see anybody coming to ask a question, so I will move on. Okay, now the question about forced labor in international trade. By the way, this is not a new subject. This has taken a limelight, especially in the last couple of years, especially to do with illegal or improper labor practices in the rest of the world. So basically started off with the Uyghur community in Western China being employed in a forced labor environment. So the US has been following that and taking out reports, and now has prohibited imports of any product coming out from Western China, that is the Xinjiang region, where the Uyghur communities live most of the place, and they are in the majority there. But as you might have heard in the news and heard about it from your friends and read reports, is that they are being marginalized, and they are being forced educated into non-traditional methods. So they are being taken advantage of, and they are being forced to produce product and grow items that are for export. So for the US in the last couple of years now, and it's growing rapidly, has enforced regulations. So the importers must prove that any products coming out from China, especially Western China, does not include labor that is forced from people in Western China. So it is prohibited. We have to prove it. If I am sitting in Los Angeles and I import 100,000 pieces of this T-shirt that is made in China, I have to prove that it's not made in Xinjiang. And if it is made in Xinjiang, I have to prove that every item on this shirt is not produced and made by forced labor. The collar, the buttons, the stitching, the labor, everything. And they have a reporting system in place at CBP, that's the Customs and Border Protection in the United States, that one must report to, after which the shipment is cleared and the products can move in. Now, other countries have also joined the bandwagon. And this is not new. I mean, this forced labor business and international trade have been around for years. As you all know, I mean, most of the time, we take advantage of our workers. We take advantage of children. We take advantage of people who are destitute and disadvantaged. Hey, work a little bit extra. I'll pay you 1 rupee more. That's not indentured labor, is work performed under a contract. So as you know, in many places of the world, individuals sign contracts and they are sent from one part of the world to another part of the world to work under contract. And many a time we have read reports and we have also seen firsthand that these contracts are not honored. I will not name countries. We all know what it is all about. Many times these contracts are not enforced and those individuals are taken advantage of. So in my talk today about international trade, that is a different scene because I am not an expert on that. But in international trade, if these individual workers are producing apparel, producing food, producing steel material, producing automotive parts, construction material, producing those items for export, well, the contracts needs to be enforced. So that is an item that countries now are looking close into. For example, I am in Bangkok, Thailand. So a couple of years ago, the US imposed restrictions on shrimp export from Thailand to the United States. Why? Because those vessels that go out to sail and catch shrimp, and this is in the Andaman Sea area. Let me see if I can show you the map here. Can you see the cursor? I don't know if you can see my cursor. So here's Thailand, the Andaman Sea area near Burma or Myanmar and the Bay of Bengal, not on this side, not on the South China Sea. Apparently there's a lot of shrimp that is grown here or cultured or the spawned in this area. So as I was saying a few years ago, sorry, where am I? Yeah, so they enforced the regulations and they sent in auditors and they sent in their own officers from customs to determine whether illegal labor was employed to harvest, farm, and export shrimp. And yes, they found it was. There were many immigrants from Bangladesh, from Myanmar, and including other Thais, who were forced to work under harsh conditions and without any proper housing allowance, without proper food. And that was an improper labor practice, which the US stomped down on and then curtailed and put a restriction on exports of those shrimps to US. So that's just one example. And there are many other examples as well. So with child labor too, we all know about child labor. There are children working in farms and fields all over the world, yeah, including India and other places. So obviously it derives children of their childhood. And also international trade also, they are trying to determine if the product that is being imported and exporting have used child labor. And if so, many governments are restricting imports of those products. So I think I missed one slide here. Must have gone too far. Yeah, this slide. Let me see. Okay, consumer safety. The current trend, and it's growing, obviously, are those products that are imported and export that are substandard and not safe. Some examples I've given you here are household products that we use on a day-to-day basis. So, you know, you have a baby walker and a baby cot, the top two pictures on the right. So they are, for example, for children, obviously, and they should be more protected than other products because a child that sometimes for a minute or two unsupervised, if the product breaks down or is not safe, the child can fall and hit themselves. So those products that are being imported, I can tell you only the experience I have in the United States, are dutifully enforce the regulation. I don't know so much about other countries as far as consumer safety laws are concerned as connected to, for example, Indian customs or Brazilian customs. I know for a fact, EU is very, very strict, and sometimes the EU is more stricter than the United States and as far as these environmental and consumer safety laws are concerned, concerning import and export. So I'm sure there must be some laws in India as well, is that, hey, you got to have these products tested and certified. They are safe to be used by the consumer. And some of the other items I mentioned here are portable devices for fuel burning, like lanterns and so on, furniture and mattresses. And I've given two examples here of a mattress. And as you see on the last picture at the bottom, they must be labeled accurately so that the consumer is aware of how to use the mattress, because a mattress can burn really quickly if there's a fire in your house. So if the mattress is made of flammable material, hey, your house is going to be lit up like a Christmas tree. So have to be careful to manufacture the mattresses to be safe. And then container and packing materials. Container and packing materials as well as electronics. And then within the companies itself, they have requirements, manufacturing process, product function, material construction. So obviously in their process that I mentioned to you earlier, business in this process in my first slide. Number two, import and export process. So they have all of these processes built in that make sure that if we are exporting any products that could be considered harmful to society, we better make sure that they are not. And also, how does the product function? Make sure it functions like a baby walker and the wheels don't get stuck and the child cannot walk, things like that. And the construction of the material. So if we use substandard plastic material for this baby walker, it's going to fall apart after a few months. Is that good for the baby? It's not. They have to have very good material composition of the products that we build to export and to import. And then naturally, we got to have proper labeling, warning, and the label should not be in a hidden corner. It should be easy to locate. So if you're buying a pair of trousers or skirts or a dress or a shirt, you have a label on the back of your shirt and it says made of such and so, made in so and so, and washing instructions. It's not hidden somewhere inside that you have to tear apart the item to find where the instructions are. So that's another requirement, especially with products that are being exported and imported. So now I come to supply chain constraints. So there are unforeseen events which are natural: earthquakes, tsunamis, adverse weather conditions, and work that is not offered voluntarily. So let's stop there. You don't need to read the rest of my slide. I will talk and we can discuss. So there are many times, tsunami happened in Japan many years ago. And then because of the tsunami, they had the nuclear power plant closed down and there were nuclear waste all around and the towns had to be evacuated. It was caused by a tsunami. And those towns and that area itself that had manufacturing capabilities, export, import, suffered. And because they suffered, the supply chain or the delivery or the import of those products suffered as well. So this was unforeseen. And because of that, if they didn't have proper backups in place, then the economy took a hit. So it always happens with these unforeseen circumstances. Earthquakes in Iran, in Turkey, so many earthquakes we just recently experienced. So these earthquakes also not only demolish buildings, but they close down factories, the laborers can't come to work, the export and import suffers. And this was never ever planned. We didn't plan, let's tomorrow, we are going to have an earthquake. So let's plan and we'll move our goods and ship them out today. We cannot plan these unforeseen events. And as well as adverse weather conditions, and then work that is not offered voluntarily. So you have labor practices, also supply chain constraints, that the work that is not offered voluntarily, then you're forced and the people may not come to work, etc., in the factory, for example. Then, sorry, I should make this, I apologize, just a minute. How's that? A typo from my side. Foreseen events. So man-made, wars, riots, commotions, strikes, civil disobedience, they can all hamper trade directly. There's a strike in somebody's factory in Mumbai. Hey, what do? We can't export. Near Tirupati, there's a huge cotton industry. Sivakasi, there's a fireworks factory. All of those areas. Coimbatore is a very large manufacturing center for apparel as well. So you have some strikes, some civil disobedience, some riots. That or those actions will prohibit the continuous manufacture and export of import and export. So if we do have foreseen events and factory closures as well, we do have foreseen events. We should be planning for those constraints on the supply chain. So we know, hey, there's something is going to happen. Let's either move our production somewhere else or quickly place our orders or inform our customers, inform our clients, this is going to happen to take place. So let's have some backup plan in place. So many companies actually do have backup supply chain practices. And especially now with COVID and the war going on in Europe, they do have now a build-up of policies which they will put into practice when something like this occurs again, is that if we do have these constraints, what is our backup plan? We just can't stand still. Business will suffer, economy will go down. So I put together some pictures of the, do you all know the Suez Canal blockage in March 2021? About it anyway. So in March 2021, a vessel by the Evergreen Corporation that is based in Taiwan, Taipei, their ship's name Ever Given, they got locked up in the Suez Canal. They got blocked. It got sandbanked in the Suez Canal, and it completely covered the canal and blocked it from other ships moving up or down. March 2021. For 7 days, by the way, 7 days in March, from 23rd to 29th of March, this happened. And because of this, so this is the ship. See how big it is. And you see these containers on that vessel. This is a very huge ship. So actually the containers on this vessel is close to, it was, I believe, about 9,500 containers. And a container is a 20 foot by 8 foot by 8 foot. Yeah, that's the size of a container, a regular container. And you have seen them on the roads when you're on the driving on the, either on the flyover or driving on the roads. You've seen these containers. So there are only two standard sizes of containers in the world in the shipping industry. 20 feet by 8 feet by 8 feet. So 20 long, 8 high, 8 wide. And then there's the other kind, which is 40 feet long, 8 feet wide, 8 feet high. So 40 means double the size or double the length of the containers. So there were about 9,000 or so containers on this vessel. So a huge vessel. And it sandbanked on one end, and it almost tilted, it tilted over. It didn't capsize. It tilted over, but it did drop a few containers on the water. Yeah, so a few containers fell off. So it tilted, it didn't capsize. So here's the vessel. As you can see, here's the vessel, and it sandbanked and tilted over, and a few containers fell off. For 7 days, it remained stationary, and tugs had to come and to straighten it out before they could open up the Suez Canal for regular traffic. So here's the kind of a pictorial visual to give you folks about how it comes from Taiwan. And this blue line is going over the Cape of Good Hope, but most of the traffic, as you know, historically and geographically, go through the Suez Canal. So it shortens, this will take 42 days, and this takes about 33 days from Taiwan to there. So it shortens about 11 days traffic time. So many of the vessels actually go through the Suez Canal down to the Horn of Africa, out into the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean, go through the Strait of Malacca, and go up to Taiwan, Hong Kong, China, Japan, Korea, and further eastwards to the United States. When it came up to the Suez Canal is about 90 miles long from the top of the Mediterranean Sea to the bottom part of the Suez Canal is a place called Port Fouad. And the top where it meets the Mediterranean Sea is Port Said, S-A-I-D. And by the way, just for your information, I didn't give you my background. I've traveled a lot of places in the world, and I've lived in several countries doing work. And one of the countries I lived in was in Port Said, right here. So me and my wife used to walk in the Suez Canal up and down, sometimes in the evenings. And the Suez Canal is really very narrow. It's narrow. It's so narrow that the Suez Canal can only accommodate one-way traffic. So you see how narrow it is. So in the morning or in the evening, I don't know, but either in the morning or in the evening, it's a north to south traffic. And at a certain time, it's a south to north traffic. So every 12 hours, it changes. Two ships cannot travel in separate lanes. It is a one-way traffic. And they're trying to make it wide. They've been talking about it to widen the canal, but it's not working out. In the meantime, it is just the narrow as it is to take in one vessel at a time. So that was, what was it? It is a supply chain constraint. So it was, well, I would say sometimes people could say it's unforeseen. You could argue the fact that it could be foreseen because anyway, the Suez Canal is narrow. You're taking in a big ship. Shouldn't you have a backup plan just in case there's a delay in the Suez Canal for some reason or the other? By the way, when this ship was had blocked the canal, there were hundreds of vessels here in the Red Sea, hundreds of vessels in the Mediterranean, just parked, waiting for the canal to open so that they could move their cargo. So this blockage by one ship affected millions of customers, billions of dollars of goods traded. Why? Because the ships were stranded. They could only move after the canal had been closed. So I guess my point here is it's a supply chain constraint. Yeah, an example, Suez Canal blockage. So we could argue it's unforeseen. We didn't know that the ship is going to get stuck. Hey, but at the same time, hey, there are constraints on the Suez Canal. It's very narrow. And you might not, some of you might remember that in 1956, the Egyptian government took over the Suez Canal and nationalized the Suez Canal, just like nationalizing the banks. So the nationalized the Suez Canal, they closed it to worldwide traffic. It didn't work with the US, France, and the United States, as well as Israel. They had the 6-day war and then boom, they opened up the Suez Canal. So Suez Canal and other points in the geography, which I will not go into at the moment, are choke points of international trade, very narrow places. And those are the quicker methods of moving freight. And the quicker we move freight, the quicker we receive goods, the more money traders save. So logistics operations must be quick, efficient, cost-effective. So finally, I'm coming up to the end of my slides. Just finally, so some of these supply chain constraints, they are now implementing techniques in place in the factories itself. So they are evaluating their capacity. So they are production constraints that can influence the supply chain shortages or supply chain difficulties. So they need specific skills within the companies itself, those individuals who know much more about world geography, world history, world logistics, world transportation. So you have production constraints, flow constraints, and storage constraints in moving goods. That means in logistics. And the flow is transport corridors. So there is immense traffic from New York to London. There's immense traffic from Mumbai to Dubai. There's immense traffic from Shanghai to Los Angeles. So those are transport corridors with a huge volume of traffic on a regular basis. So those constraints should be evaluated for any difficulties, and perhaps a backup plan, like everybody says, don't put your eggs in one basket. A backup plan should be kind of put into place to act on when the need arises. And the route limitations. So sometimes when we are shipping goods, for example, from India to East Africa, there are sea pirates. There are pirates around this area, as you might have read about or know about. And there are pirates here as well in the Gulf of Thailand. So there are pirates elsewhere too, here in the Gulf of Africa near Nigeria. So those are also constraints, route limitations. So if you're going to be shipping goods from Western India to Mombasa in Kenya, those routes, for example, need to be monitored carefully. So are you going to be hijacked? Is your ship going to be hijacked, etc.? So those are route limitations. And there are many other examples all over the world like that. And load consolidation. So load consolidation means the number of goods that are put together by various importers and exporters into one container. So one container might contain goods of 5 or 6 importers and exporters. And finally, storage constraints. You bring in 10 containers of imported shoes from Italy to Mumbai, or Italy to or from Vietnam to China, Vietnam to Chennai, and you find, hey, I don't have any space to keep these containers. And not only that, the ship can't dock because there's traffic at the port. So you have those constraints to deal with. And how do we alleviate the situation? We've got to have a plan. Maybe you don't bring in 10 containers, you maybe bring one container every week, or maybe you arrange storage facility in advance and not at the last minute runabout and trying to make storage, because we delay cargo arriving or departing, we lose money. So there's again loading, unloading, shipping, receiving. All these practices have to be in place. Today's supply chain challenges. So we have COVID constraints, we have Russia and Ukraine. There's a lot of material scarcity all over the world. So those are the challenges. How do we go about getting around that? We have freight prices have gone through the roof. We used to pay $3,000 for a container from Shanghai to Los Angeles. Today, the rate is close to $12,000. It's like through the roof. Air shipments, and you might have heard about it from your friends and colleagues, it's gone through the roof. Port congestion. Every time I hear news, there are 10 ships lying outside, standing outside Mumbai, Nhava Sheva port, because there's no space to get them in. In Los Angeles as well, we have port congestion, where we couldn't move the ships in and unload the cargo fast enough. And then consumer attitudes are changing because of what's been happening. Maybe we just want to not buy certain products. Maybe we want to conserve, and we have shifting attitudes towards health, safety, because now we want to be more healthy. We buy less of what doesn't make us healthy. We buy more of what makes us healthy. So we change, our attitudes are changing, and that affects international trade. And now it's become difficult for the planners to forecast demand. Impossible, because they need to forecast demand to be able to back chain their supply sources. Hey, I'm going to be selling 100 pastries this afternoon from 3 to 5 p.m. You've got to be able to forecast the demand. And you tell your kitchen to make 100 pastries, and you come out at 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, you get one customer who buys one pastry. 99 pastries are wasted, thrown. So this demand forecasting has taken a lot of attention these days. And finally, digital transformation. I don't need to tell you all, you are all expert IT and engineering geniuses and doctors and masters. So digital, everything is becoming digital, including international trade, paperwork, documentation, of course, communication. So here we have finally, again, the map of the world to keep us in focus in the back of the mind. We need to have geography, and of course, we need to have history as well as we deal with international trade. So just some pictures before I end. So there is a documentary, and you could see it on Netflix. It's Sea Piracy. So this is a documentary about sustainability and how companies are shipping vessels are going all over the world, shipping seafood and fish and all the organic material and other living organisms and other things for us to consume in the world, and how they go about destroying the environment. And this is a documentary. If you have some time, I don't think it's 40 minutes or something like that. Take a look at it. And then this is what they do. We have such wonderful ocean resources, but hey, it's being depleted. And there are countries, governments, companies who don't bat an eyelid. They want to go out and mess it up for us. Eventually, we won't have any food from the sea to eat. And then again, as I mentioned to you, an example I gave you about the labor, forced labor catching shrimp. So there you have forced labor in shipping vessels all over the world, overtime, not paid, harsh living conditions, etc. Okay, and then, sorry. Okay, so then WTO that I mentioned earlier on when I started, the World Trade Organization, now they have been discussing 2 years ago that the COVID-19 vaccine should not be copyrighted by companies like Pfizer and others, AstraZeneca, that they should allow any manufacturer to copy the patents because it's so important. So WTO rules on that. And this is what they have been discussing. So this is a change in trading strategies within WTO and all the countries who are members of the WTO. They say, well, you make your own brand vaccine based on the existing brand's technology. So you piggyback on what is already there. So IPR, I should mention what IPR is. Intellectual property rights. Yeah, so intellectual property right consists of 4 elements: trademark, copyright, patent, and trade secret. So now WTO says, hey, those of you who have this technology, please share it. Let them use the base technology and manufacture the vaccines, because then we not only will we get them cheaper, we will also be profusely manufacturing it. We will have enough of it. So that's the WTO angle on that. Finally, in 2020, you remember that there was a shortage of oxygen in India at that time. So at that time, Thailand exported oxygen containers, here you go, by air to India. So Indian Air Force C-17 cargo landed at Suvarnabhumi Airport, 4 tank containers filled with oxygen exported from Thailand to India. You might remember this at that time. Thailand sent oxygen because India was short on oxygen at that time. So good news is that in reciprocity, Thailand this year, it was just last year. Now Thailand exported vaccines. Sorry, India exported vaccines to Thailand because Thailand was running short of vaccines. So this is in general what is international trade, the constraints, the advantages, the disadvantages, and the current trends that is going on in international trade. So this is where I will end. I have finished talking and my slides are over. And I thank you all for listening, and I will take questions if you have any.
Wait. Start, please. Wire person. Sir, please.
Sir. Camera.
Sir, I have one doubt. Not yet doubt. It's a general questions expected from all of us. Sir, I am Dr. G. Shankar Narayanan from Gurunavana College in Chennai. So I can get 2 points here. So this is a general here about that. So COVID 1 and 2 is coming on. So now the 4th wave, 6th wave, then maybe they are expecting. So in these situations, as we are industrialists, a commerce trade man, what kind of things you can expect? Is there any precautions? So like now in the last year, we can have medicines and oxygen, and certain things are highly demanded, and certain things are we can keep aside. So if any thing we can keep a right way to tackle the situations as per your views.
Thank you for the question. And it's a very incisive question, digging deep into the roots of international trade. Of course, I'm not a COVID expert, but from the trading perspective, there are rules that weren't in place now are coming into place today. For example, the number of people that gather together in factories, not in bars and restaurants, in factories. In factories, as you have seen, let's say if a garment factory, the sewing machines are less than 3 feet apart. So there are individuals all over in a factory, the individuals all over in a processing plant that produce food, etc. So they're very close. So now governments have restricted the closeness, which means now you have less people working, which means less production, which means less export. So expect in the future to have less product availability. And because less supply, demand high, price will be high. So expect, as you know, prices are high in India yourself, in your city. You are paying more prices for food, for other things. So that will continue. I do not know for how long, and it will rise. So please be expecting those rises in prices. And then finally is that many of the countries that used to import from countries like China, others, and where these countries have these constraints on supply, are now moving production to other countries. So they are spreading the eggs from the basket to other parts of the world so that they don't diminish the supply source. The supply source in China, they can't manufacture enough, they can't supply enough because of the restrictions. So American companies have moved to Thailand, have moved to Vietnam, have moved to Laos, and they're moving to other places as well. So that's the second part of my answer to your question. So expect high prices, expect less product moving in soon enough, and expect companies to make other products in other countries.
Good morning, sir. It's well presented, but I just came to a presentation, last 4 or 5 slides, but I would be able to see some of the import constraints for the countries, especially we're talking about, my name is Kennedy, I'm from Department of BCom Corporate Secretaryship. One of the colleges called St. Joseph College of Arts and Science, Calcutta. So my question regarding this last 4 or 5 slides, which you are talking about the constraint about these import procedures, especially the storage system, the storage constraint. But when we talk about the storage, when we in India, we are importing a lot of crude oil from foreign countries. More than 70% of crude oil we are importing from foreign countries, Gulf and other countries. But when you compare to China, it is also, we are lacking in infrastructure in India. So because when the price is low, we are not able to import much because the problem, we don't have a proper infrastructure. So my question is regarding the storage is constant for all the countries which you analyze about the import-export procedure. Because I compare this India and China, infrastructure is, comparatively India is low in infrastructure. So how do you deal with these issues when we take some product from foreign countries, these storage problems?
Great, thank you. That it opens up a vista of ideas in my mind. See, now you mentioned China. So China is a country that is kind of one-man rule, autocratic. Government says, communist government says to one province, do this, and it is done. There is no debate. It's quick to act. India, on the other hand, democracy, there has to be a lot of give and take, you know, you have to be able to be flexible. And the US, again, on a separate keel, is a more legal-based, laws enforced. So in that respect, we have three different government systems. And within the government systems, in India, the right to property kind of does not exist. In the US, you and everybody there can go and buy a property, a piece of property. You can do it. Nobody will ask you where you are from. Why are you here? You cannot go to India and buy a property. I mean, I cannot. I mean, okay, I'm an Indian, but a US citizen, a US person cannot go to India and just buy property 100%. I cannot go to China and buy property either. So the right to property is the core, one of the core fundamentals of a free and democratic society. So I believe that unless and until, by the way, I cannot see you
Sir,
all.
sir, Mike.
I cannot see you all. Are you there? Can you? Oh, lights have gone off?
Sir, power cut, sir.
Oh, power surge.
Sorry, sir.
No, okay. So, so those are the core fundamentals. Now, right to property in India, too much bureaucracy. Yes, too much. And also, if you wanted to increase storage capacity, as you rightfully mentioned, the infrastructure part of it, you have to go through legal hurdles to be able to acquire land to build storage facilities. So I think, in my opinion, is perhaps better for each state in India to implement their own laws about logistics, transportation, storage facilities. Because India is such a central but decentralized laws in every state, why doesn't the Tamil Nadu government give more access to property to increase storage? If it is a leader and a benchmark, everybody else will start to follow them and increase the infrastructure capability. So that's my opinion, of course. So remember, I think storage facilities are only to be had when the country allows it. So in India, you have states, let the state allow it. Do with one state if you can manage it. So it's very difficult to acquire land to build storage facilities. In the US, you can go and buy land and build a container yard and start making money. In China, yeah, you can't do that either because you're a foreigner. So I believe that this is the answer. One of the answers is the right to own property free and clear.
Questions in contact.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us on the various aspects of responding trade, such as regulating environment, importing and exporting process, compliance techniques, business operations, and supply chains capabilities. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for listening and for your patience. I appreciate the audience, and I wish you well and have a wonderful week, and hope to see some of you in the future.
Thank you, sir.
Technical session 2 tea break technical session
ஒரு பிரேக்கிங் கிடையாது
You will never find time. You have to make time. And Dr. A. Marcus is admit as finding time for us. Now I request Dr. Suresh to give an introduction about Dr. Marcus.
Sir, screen
Okay, so very good afternoon to one and all. Before I introduce about the resource person, I would like to thank the support team to give me this opportunity to intro about GPS. Thank you, sir. And so I would like to start with a quote from the Bible. Therefore, welcome one another as Christ has welcomed you for the glory of God. From the Romans 15 verses 7. So we are very much privileged to have eminent and efficient professor with us for this international conference. So Dr. A. Maria Marcus is the head and the assistant professor in the postgraduate and research department of Commerce, Loyola College, Chennai. He pursued his collegiate education from the same college and completed his doctoral degree in banking technology. Having more than 2 decades of teaching experience under undergraduate, postgraduate, and at MPhil level, he guides a research scholar for MPhil and for PhD. His research interests include finance, logistics, and human resource management. He has presented research paper in national and international seminar and has published articles in magazines and journals of repute. He has been the resource person for various programs, including human rights workshops, staff orientation for college professor, and training program for PG assistants. Along with the teaching, he assumed various important positions. To name the few, he was the coordinator for MSc International Business Program, conducted by Loyola College, Chennai, in collaboration with London South Bank University, UK, was the faculty advisor for entrepreneurial development cell of Loyola College and advisor for student of free enterprise. He served as the deputy director in Loyola Institute of Vocational Education and as the dean of arts for 3 years, and also as a core committee member for the outreach department Loyola College. He has co-authored the book, Financial Accounting, published the book, Entrepreneurship, Youth and Inclusive Development for the Brand India. Okay, so thank you. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking message.
Sir. Sir, PPT கிடையாதுல.
You're tired? Are you tired? One more day is there. More than you organizers should be more tired, but still they have a lot of energy. Conducting conference is more like arranging a marriage. Vida Katipar, Kalanda Pandipar Namari. For academician, the real Kalyanam Vida is organizing the conference, because you have to pull various threads, you have to satisfy, you have to teach, you have to give the bit to the management, to the administration, as well we have to give goodness to us also. More than you, he also learn. In that order, I want to congratulate and appreciate the conveners, the organizing secretaries, the student office bearers, and more than that, the coordinator of the commerce department as well as HOD. Could you give a clap for all these people? The topic is really futuristic, because future is not tomorrow, it is today. So in that order, happy to find your mentors or your teachers have forethought what will happen in the future. When I was doing my PhD in banking technology before 15 years, my topic was Computerization in the banking industry. So you have to visit the customers, preparing questionnaire and giving to customers, and then to the bank managers. So I once visited the bank manager. I gave the questionnaire. We're also having a chat. And I asked a simple question. Before 15 years, I asked a question. So how the banking will be tomorrow? நாளைக்கு banking எப்படி இருக்கும் சார் அப்படி கேட்டேன். அவர் சிரிச்சார். What now we have is more number of banks, right? In a particular district, you have 20 banks, lot of branches. You go, you deal, you come with the money or give the money. But tomorrow you have a place called bank, only in a 10 by 10 room. ஒரு 10 room ஒரு பேங்க்னு சொல்வாங்க. It's called bank, not SBI, not IOB, not Indian Bank. I got astonished. 10 room ஒரு பேங்கா? ஆமா. Bank பேரு bank. He said. And then I asked, bankல யாருப்பா? Sir, bankல வந்து manager இருப்பார் சார். Manager ஒரு manager இருப்பார் சார். He said only one manager. Okay. He said one more thing, sir. Along with the bank manager is one thing. Okay. Nai வந்து is there to take care of the manager. Then why manager is there, sir? Because when everything is done by mechanization, automation, what is the use of manager? Nasa சொல்றீங்க. He said, who will feed the dog? That means manager job is to feed the dog. When dog protects the manager, manager will feed the dog. As Bill Gates says, he says, we need banking, but we don't want bank. நமக்கு வங்கியம் தேவைப்படுது, not வங்கிகள். So tomorrow the world is going to get cramped. Days are gone that we used to go to நாங்கெல்லாம் +2, 10th, +1 படிக்கும் பொழுது used to get hundreds of greeting cards. Christmas, Pongal, New Year, Diwali, எல்லாத்துக்கும் கலர் invite வாங்கி greeting on அனுப்புவோம். So do you think any one of you go to the shop, buy the greeting card? WhatsApp தான், email தான், அவர் தட்டனா 3 பேர் விழுந்துரும். That means everything is being cramped. See, you would rather call person from outer world and get things done through instantly. It is done. In simple terms, future is today, not yesterday. And things are getting very tougher. As director of Ziba said, zillion customers or Z plus customers. Right? We are all very provocative, very autocratic, very adamantine. நீங்களாவது எங்களை கீழ்படுறீங்க, உங்க பிள்ளைங்க உங்களுக்கு கீழ்படுவாங்க தெரியல என்ன ஃபியூச்சர்ல. In simple terms, people are becoming more tougher. உங்களுக்கு என்ன தெரியும் அப்படி நம்மள உட்கார வச்சுறாங்க. Things are becoming more tougher, more challenging also. Very fast growing. And that is the way we have to rather accept the reality. Just accept the reality. As Suresh beautifully quoted, நாளைக்கு பைபிள்ல ஒரு வார்த்தை சொல்றாங்க. When I became older, people would rather take to the place which I don't like. I could have a command now, but tomorrow people will command me. உனக்கு தெரியாது, சும்மா இருங்க. In that order, the day will come that we will be rather becoming slaves of our own people. So what I want to tell is, it is more of technology, virtual reality, augmented reality, and machine learning. As I said, நான் எந்திரன் சொன்னேன் காலையில, நீங்க எந்திரன் அந்த ஒரு டயலெக்ட் முக்கியமான டயலெக்ட் சிட்டிக்கும் வந்து அப்படி சொல்லுவாங்க. இவர் ஒண்ணு அப்படி நினைப்பாரு ரஜினிகாந்த் முருகிட்டு உடனே அவனை பெரிய ஆளா அப்படி சொல்றாரு அவரு. ஏய் சிட்டி கோவம் வந்துச்சுடா, உணர்ச்சி வந்துச்சு. Then they go up for help. That one line goes for a beautiful change. That means உலகத்துக்கு உயிர் வந்தார். So that is the main concept of the virtual reality. In simple terms, the industry 4.5.01 gives the feel to the mission. So long mission was controlling. Before 15 years, I went to Hyundai for a industrial visit, taking our students. ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு ஹால், இந்த அளவுக்கு ரோடு, road is painted white, not in black. Road is black. On a Hyundai factory, roads are white, means white. Despite people are walking, it is made as it is kept white. And right side, left side, you have very big cages are there, and cars are moving automated. And the robot will be rather standing doing the fitting of cars. Robots are doing. Along with that, you also have a machine called man is standing. What for? To assist the robot. Robot திரதரமா ஒரு போல்ட் கீழே போட்டாக்கா man வேலை மனுஷன் என்ன எடுத்துனா அந்த போல்ட் எடுத்து கொடுக்கும். That means instead of mission supporting men, now men supports the mission. Once a while, the super engineer will rather walk. You will not see left or right. You only see the big monitor. That monitor shows how many cars are passing this place, and he will only take the census. 15 years before, robots were rather controlling men, or men were rather assisting robots. Days are gone that the real field is rather taken. You know Frederick Winslow Taylor? Who is Frederick Winslow Taylor? Father of scientific management. He was a mechanical engineer. He always says, even though I'm a mechanical engineer, I am a scientific manager. I'm a scientific, he declared himself. He said, I'm a scientific manager. People were named as the first scientific manager or the modern manager. Once he was walking on the floor. He was a engineer for the entire factory, was working on the floor. He found a man was rather walking, going there, coming. Again, another man was walking, going and coming. ஒரு 10 பேர் நடக்கறாங்க வராங்க டைம் பார்க்கறாங்க 10 நிமிஷம் ஒருத்தர் 10 நிமிஷம் 10 பேர் 100 நிமிஷம். And for that factory has to pay. He called, hey mistakes, why are you walking? What's that? Bolt எடுக்கணும் sir. I have to rather go to get the bolt. I go to the store, get the bolt. He asked another person, எதுக்கு போற? Sir, கீழே என்ன ஊத்திச்சு sir? I want to clean the this dirt. Another man, sir, cutting plate இல்ல sir. And he went night and found if 10 people walks for 10 minutes for simple things like bolt, for the oil, for the dusted cloth, what is the problem? That means the factory has to pay for these time which has to get wasted. And we cannot stay, don't go, because without bolt, without screw, without oil, we cannot do the thing. So again he said, 10 minutes, 10 people, 100 minutes. That means for 1 hour we pay, for 100 hours how much we pay. Then afterwards he put a calculator and found you have to pay 1 lakh rupees in a given month. Instead, we rather put a very big cabin down the lathe and give the screwdriver, cutting pliers, all the loose tools, bolts, nuts, oil as well as the waste cloth. And it calculated becomes like 50,000 rupees. Where is 1 lakh? Where is 50,000 rupees? That means in a given month, company could save 50,000 rupees. He went and put in the board, and the board accepted. And afterwards, he placed the sheet down the lathe and kept the staff was very happy. Sir, Roman and sir, another for the customer, sir, you helped us. Scene number 1. Scene number 2. And afterwards, he again took the stopwatch. He said, if a man could rather do the work 10 bolt in a given hour, other man, he does only 8 bolt in an hour. Other man, 12 bolt in an hour. Then afterwards, he fixed the standard 8, 12, 10, average 10. That means he said, if a person works for 10 bolt in an hour, he is given the proper salary. If rather works more than 10, he is given bonus for 2. If a person works less than 10, he will not given that salary. And it rather enable them to go for a stand in your purchasing cost of labor cost purchasing, I'll say premium plan. So in that order, he kept the standard. And afterwards they found so people what they did, they lethargically worked. They could rather work for 12 hours, but they work for 10 hours and claim extra 2 and they pay bonus. Then the management understood the strategy or cunning of start or this sort of a plan. And afterwards they said, if others could work for 12 hours, why not you? And they made everyone to work for 10 hours for 12 hours. And they kept standard, no more salary, so no more bonus, nothing else. And they kept the standard. And scene number 3 was what? They started making people to work like mission. So in simple terms, they considered the men as one of the factor of production, like money, mission, water, money, mission, material. They could also go to the market by the men. And they started treating men as an element, not as human. மனுஷன் வந்து சதியால ரத்தத்தால செய்த ஒரு பொருள். நினைக்காதபடி they started converting men into mission. And afterwards only people burst out, and then we had the Industrial Revolution. Then afterwards, they started slowly to use automation, and thereby we started this fourth thing called industrial revolution number 4. Now, okay, 4 is going on well. What is the discrepancy of 4? Automation is there, we have to go for mass production, we have to rather reach the people, we have to get all the quality product, we have to rather go for the competition, show the competency. But why? What is the reason? Why to have the question of 5.0? Reason is obvious. This 4.0 slowly take over the human. Human is rather being cramped. They said in banking, tomorrow you will not have banking, you will only, so tomorrow you will not have bank, you will have only banking. In that order, slowly the technology started using or cannibalizing the human. And you find aggressive growth also make things to rather go in a dignified manner. We also know one more element in the factor of production: material, money, mission, and men. What is the fifth element? Data or matter. Of course, you have money, material, men, and mission, but without matter or information or data, nothing is going to happen. Data is becoming a new oil of the today generation. In other words, you could rather call this as a IT generation or technical generation or data generation. In simple terms, without data, nothing is going to happen, right? So they say the Brazil parliament won because of this data, right? And then the current Joe Biden of US won the election because of that. Even they say not the prime minister won because of this database, right? In simple terms, data could make everything done through. Now there is one concept called big data. What is big data? Any idea? Big data, micro data. Big data is nothing but making it to go deeper, 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 and deeper. You go to the shop, they will rather take your cell number. For a simple purchase, why they should take the cell number? Beautiful. What they do, they rather give the cell number to the corporate. The corporate collect all the cell numbers. Through the cell number, they try to convert into big data. So they divide the cell into numbers into two parts: North India, South India. Again, men, women. Again, state. Again, district. Again, rural. Again, urban. In other words, from macro, they try to zoom down to make it as one. Tomorrow, Mr. Modi will call, Shanmugam, how are you? He will talk in Tamil. You get astonished. How come Modi talks in a beautiful Tamil to me? Shanmugam, how are you? I know you're 40 years old. You got married, 2 children, 1 daughter and 1 boy child. What are you going to do for your child's marriage? Say, but okay, but you have a plan. There's a good plan. Vote for me. In simple terms, this micro data analyze you. Whether knowingly or unknowingly you are chatting in the website, you go to a particular blog, you rather get things done. These are being noted by the big data people, and they know Mr. Shanmugam is 40 years old. He's having lots of issues. He's thinking about the marriage of the child and his son's education, about the wife, about the other plans, and everything is rather passed on to, and they will rather divide this into different order. And tomorrow, when the election comes, Mr. X or Y will call you personally and thereby. Out of 10, at least 5 will rather vote for X or vote for Y. And that is called micro gobbling or micro data or big data. In simple terms, the future is rather making us to be slaves for the information. Knowingly, unknowingly, we are all transparent. They will know what you do at what time. You rather go to the shop and rather think why there is no red color shirt or red color pant. You want to think or talk to your friend. That's all. From California, a man says, Bhaskar, Cholemete Kadela, or on the corner Nikraru. From US, a person will call the local shop salesman saying, Bhaskar, kindly see, red shirt is not there, red shirt is the next. You will be astonished. Sir, red shirt is sir. That is what you mean by data will rather strip you down and make you naked and try to give all the information to the future people, and they will become slaves. Knowingly or unknowingly, we are becoming slaves of the data. So that is the curse of Industry 4.0. Good. Now there is new birth, as Dr. Rahul says. We have a new concept called 5.0. When Dr. Rahul called me and asked, we have to talk about 5.0. 5.0. Kindly Google. Only then I started to find that there is amazing truth behind the 5.0. In 5.0, what are the drivers? What makes the 5.0 to push ourselves? If you don't know 5.0 tomorrow, we are dead and gone. In yesteryears, if you don't know English, you are illiterate. Today, if you don't know computers, you are illiterate. Tomorrow, when you don't have this technology or 5.0, you become mad. You'll say, what? What is in a program like that? In simple terms, these are drivers that makes us to understand. Sir talks about logistics. Very amazing thing. What is logistics? Getting things, right thing, right time, right place, at right product, right customers. Ella right, and logistics. You are taking you are go to the factory and buy the bread. Bread, one loaf of bread costs rupees 80, assuming. But you know, in bread, what are things are there? Your maize are there or wheat is there. From where you get the wheat? Punjab. Ghee is there. From where you get ghee? Uttupuli. And the fire, another wood from somewhere else. The gas, the person who rather cooks, and infrastructure. In other words, to make a small bread, you require at least 10 people work on 10 products. If you really want to make bread, the real bread costs rupees more than 1,000. But why it is given for rupees 80? Because of the logistics. Everything is rather pooled in one place and made it amicable and distribute at right time, at right price, right product, right person is called logistics. So logistics is also one of the language that you have to understand. I'm a teacher of logistics. I always say, tomorrow if you don't know logistics, you're illiterate. In other words, English, computer, logistics are three development of today's era. If you don't know logistics or English or computer, you are dead and gone. Like that, without understanding the Industrial Revolution 5.0, we will not be a fitting person in the near future. That is the reason why your college, your department, and your core people have made this to understand. I would rather really want to clap these people because we never thought that 5.0 is going to come, because 5.0 is always there. Right from the first revolution, 1780, now it is 1870, second revolution, and afterwards third revolution, and fourth, we have a very big gap. Now from fourth to fifth, we have only 4 years gap. That means things are rather changing in different order. So technology is overtaking human. That is a major problem that we have to rather understand this. And aggression is there. That is also we have to understand. And this 5.0 is because of what is one thing called business manufacturing integration, smart factory, human machine interface. Without understanding the machine, without understanding the human, nothing happens. They say tomorrow there will be very big conflict between two people, not between India and Pakistan, not between India and China, not between Hindustan Liver and Procter & Gamble, not between X company and Y company. The real conflict between two people. Who are they? Men and machine. In other words, machine will say, I know this, do you know that? You know, after getting the feeling that what Vasikar will take a very big chart on the table, on the floor, and put a very big diagram, and makes to Chitty to read that machine learning. This man teaches machine, and thereby this machine becomes more feeder. Machine learning is more important. Like that, tomorrow the machine will ask, hey mister, I know everything. What about you? Why not upgrade? So without having the real knowledge flow, you cannot make it. So that is a major thing. And there is one more person who is going to have. We have CEO, Chief Executive Officer, CFO, Chief Financial Officer, COO, Chief Operating Officer. There is one more officer called CRO, Chief Robotic Officer. Because tomorrow, robo will be one of the persons standing along. Maybe tomorrow, when you have the conference, left side, human, right side, robo will be there. right? There is one more official name called CRO, Chief Robotic Officer. He will rather talk to Robo, what do you want? Robo will say, I want this. He will rather go to Shanmugam, Robo want this much of knowledge. We have the knowledge, kindly go with that. So this will be a new phenomena in the near future. CRO will rather come and rule tomorrow, right? Now, of course, industrial revolution has got various feathers in its cap. Number one, the cost of production has got decreased from 10 to 30%. We reduced the storage cost. We have just reduced the cost of production. In the estate was very big, high cost, computer, laptop, and cell phone. It is being given at a lesser cost. So 4.0 made us reduce the cost. Of course, movement cost also got reduced. Logistics also got reduced from 10 to 30%. The entire cost of management also reduced to 20%. At what price? In a Velaki, we lost ourselves. They completely avoid the human Oropo, and they put all the mission, and thereby at the cost of the life of the mission, they are using the men because we want rest, we want good money, we want salary, we want good happiness. We always go for strike. The mission rather don't go for strike, and that is the reason why we have lots and lots of more things are coming into the industry 4.0. Again, 4.0 also give one more cost called pollution. Wherever you find there is pollution, ecological imbalance. ஒரு அழகான ஒரு கவிதை படிச்சேன். மனிதன் நிர்வாணமாக இருந்தான், உலகம் உடுத்திக் கொண்டிருந்தது. மனிதன் நிர்வாணமாக இருந்தான், உலகம் உடுத்திக் கொண்டிருந்தது. மனிதன் உடுத்திக் கொண்டான், உலகம் நிர்வாணமானது. You know, our ancestors were half naked, but the world was full of glory, full of ecstasy, full of color, full of valley, full of mountains. ஆத்தமனை தொடர்ந்து போய் என்ன பண்றோம்? மலையை ஓட்டி சாண்ட் ஆக்கிறோம். நாளைக்கு மலையே இருக்காது. I read an article, Amazon காடுகள் one side, and very big forest, very big desert. This is very big desert, Sahara Desert. Sahara Desert is one of the biggest deserts in the world. 24/7 to 365, only what? Sun. Except night, all 12 hours, only sun. That means when you rather cover entire Sahara Desert into the solar energy, they could feed the current for the entire world 5 times. 5 மடங்கு கரண்ட் உற்பத்தி பண்ணி உலகத்துக்கு ஃபுல்லா தரலாம். அந்த அளவுக்கு சஹாரா மேல என்ன விழுது? சன் விழுது. So if you cover, but why you don't cover? If you cover, then the world will rather ditch down. What is the reality? Sahara is used for solar energy, but only one part of the Sahara is covered by solar energy to get the solar power. Why can't they cover? If they cover, the entire world will rather get dull. What happened? The Sahara, the dust will rather fly high and go and land on the forest. That's all. There will not be rain and nothing will be happening. Right? And they also say this Amazon is a lung of the world. உலகத்தின் நுரையீரல் எதுனாக்கா Amazon forest. Clear? So in that order, Sahara forest is rather supporting the Amazon forest also. But what happened? This sort of ecstasy will rather cover. அதான் அந்த அழகான கவிதை சொல்றாங்க. நம்மெல்லாம் நிர்வாணமா இருக்கும்போது when our ancestors are half naked, the world was full of ecstasy, full of color, full of orchard, full of green pastures. They started to become modernized, whatever, he started sucking all the reserves of the world. We chop the forest. We rather break the mountain only for making us to get alone. So that one particular line says how, in what danger we are. And they also one more line, it says, don't think world is only for you. It is there for tomorrow also. We have lots of modern things are there. But tomorrow, when our children are there, they will not have this sort of greatness. So don't completely crush the world, because world or earth is not for today, but also for tomorrow. One more thing with regard to the 4.0 is, along with pollution, is economic imbalance, ecological imbalance. We talk one thing, linking all the waterways from Ganga to Kanyakumari, the link, all the waterways, what happened? Very flourishing, no? No problem. No water problem is there. You could rather go for agriculture, you could rather go for navigation. There are different waterways. But why we are not doing that? Because the nature itself says, Ganga வந்து அங்கதான் இருக்கணும், Kaveri இங்கதான் இருக்கணும். When you rather make Ganga to touch the Kaveri, then the entire world will rather collapse. Even though we talk more on water linking, that should not happen because ecology should not be rather converted. You should not take the control of the world or control of the water system. You know Dolly தெரியுமா? Dolly's one sheep was within matter of seconds it born, it entered into the Guinness book. Dolly ஒரு சின்ன ஆட்டுக்குட்டி, வெள்ளாட்டுக்குட்டி. பிறந்த ஒரு 10 செகண்ட்லயே record இறங்கி போடுச்சு. Because so much of million of click was there and that was only animal in the world had that much of click in 10 seconds. People are very much happy to see. What's the goodness of Dolly? Dolly is the first cloned animal in the world. முதல் முறையா cloned animal வந்து Dolly. ரொம்ப அழகான Dolly. அழகா சுத்தும், எல்லாம் பிடிக்கும், எல்லாம் விளையாடுவாங்க. But within 6 months it died. அப்புறம் செத்து போச்சு. ஆச்சரியப்பட்டாங்க. Scientists dissected what is the reason for death. They found Dolly died at the 16th year. இப்படி 6 மாசத்துல பிறக்கிறது வந்து 16 வயசுல இருக்கும். Patient traveling, நிறைய படம் பார்த்திருக்கீங்க. Not like that. Cloning made itself to mature within 6 months, 16 years of maturity. In other words, when you challenge science, science will have its own mystery, and afterwards they stopped cloning the animal. In simple terms, don't disturb the nature at any cost. So that is the reason why they want to put the stop for 4.0, because we are going on sucking the earth and mineral and all reservoirs, and only then, you know, before few years, America came to India saying that, India, why you are bothering? So throughout India, if you have no current problem, India will be rather great because India is one of the producing country like China. India உற்பத்தி நாடு, consuming நாடு கிடையாது. So if you have the current flow 24 hours without any problem, India will be rather great. So America gave a call to the then Dr. Manmohan Singh, then Prime Minister, says, India, why you call that? We will provide you current. He said, okay, come on. And we'll rather provide a new technique of providing current. We'll rather provide current and fill in the battery. You know, current comes in the wire, right? And gas comes in the cylinder. Tomorrow, current comes in the cylinder, gas comes in the wire. So all the house will get connected by the beautiful wire, and through the wire, the gas comes. You open the nozzle, get the thing, and close. Current water, just give a call to the electricity board. Sir, battery, they will say, okay, fit some 2 batteries in the water in your study room, and 1 battery in the kitchen, 1 battery in the bedroom, and blah blah things in your room. And again you will call and they'll rather give fill. So they say we'll rather give a new technology of converting current and cell in the battery. And they say we will not charge anything, sir, for the new technology. People are coming like an angel, giving that technology, making us to rather, and they also give very big job opportunity to everyone. And they know in jargon you have a titanium mineral down the earth of jargon. So they take titanium and use our own people and educate our people in technology. They make current, give to us. Surplus current, like that. What is the problem? India said no. Because they take titanium, okay? They take current, okay? And afterwards, you know what they do? They will take the titanium, crush it, the dust or dirt or the usable, unusable product, you know what they will do? They will dump it to the seashore of Odisha and the Jharkhand. What happened? They get the current for the earth, but it will pollute the entire sea in India, and slowly it will corrupt the entire Indian sea. And when they know the reality, they say, Ninglo manam current mana like that is all. What I mean is, this 4.0 gave a very big curse called the rotten dirt. Still, the mechanism of using recycling of dirt is not known till this day. So that is a major problem with regard to the Industrial Revolution 4.0. Now, what is the reason for Industry Revolution 5.0? So tell me from the talk what you discussed, could anyone tell me why we need to have 5.0? You have got at least 4 to 5 talks, right from our secretary, Director Ziba, beautifully they talked, and even the expert from, and of course, even our retreat, lady professor, sir. Okay, she's another topic. Tell me what you know about 5.0. Anyone from your side? What is 5.0? Automation. Yes, sir. Automation. Automation, that's good. One keyword is given. Understanding the machine. Understanding the machine, beautiful. Okay. Yeah, IoT, Internet of Things, beautiful. Robotics. Yeah, robotic interconnection is there. Great. Thank you. Digitalization is there. Yes. Very big money spent, time is spent, energy is spent. Your question, your interaction will rather give garland to Mr. Rahul, Suresh, and all the program coordinators. Kindly put some garlands. I have only 5 to 6 garlands. 3 garlands from the professors. I want from students. The real heroes and heroines of the program is students. Nigata service receivers, you are service providers. Yes. Good. I need 2 more interventions, 2 or 3. I want the brain. Another catch would no humanization, beautiful. I got one part of the brain, madam. Thank you. One more. Collaboration. Right? We need to collaborate. It's not a matter of you bossing, like husband wife collaboration. No more husbands are dictators, no more wives are slaves. You have to rather go together. Collaboration is very, very, very important. Even in the Catholic Church, they talk about the lay collaborators. Because how long fathers could always teach or give doctrines, you could always reach the people. Instead of fathers coming and teach, if you teach, if you rather give, that rather reaches your friends or your class students. So collaborators are very important. As Madam said, humanization is a key word of this Industry 5.0. Industry 5.0 is bringing back ecstasy of humanism. The human industry. So long we only ruled by automation. Solar color cultivator before 25 years, it done. Solar color cultivator, solar color tablet. During the age of solar, they done. And the solar color cultivator gave the meaning of Kalikalam. Kalikalam என்றால் என்ன? Kalikalam என்றால் விளக்குகள் தலைக்கீழ எரியும். விளக்குகள் தலைக்கீழ எரியும். The light will burn upside down. அந்த காலத்துல தீப்பந்தம் தலைக்கீழ எரியுமா? எரியாது. இந்த காலத்துல தலைக்கீழ கலிகாலம். விளக்குகள் தலைக்கீழ எரியும். அப்போ எப்படா தலைக்கீழ அஞ்சு போச்சே போய் சொல்றியா லைக் தட். இப்ப தலைக்கீழ லைட்ல எரியுது இல்ல. உலோகங்கள் உலகை ஆளும். உலோகங்கள் உலகை எப்படா ஈட்டி கத்தி எப்படா உலகத்தாலும் பஸ் கார் ட்ரெயின் எல்லாம் உலோகம் உலகை ஆளும். Metal will rule the world. மூணாவது வந்து தண்ணீர் காசுக்கு விற்கப்படும். Water will be sold for price. Water தண்ணீடா கடல் கொடுத்த வரோம் குடிக்கலாம். தண்ணி தலைக்கடா விற்கிறாங்க. தண்ணி விற்க முடியுமா? பிஸ்லரி பாட்டில் எல்லா பாட்டிலும் காசு கொடுத்து வாங்காம என்ன இருக்குமா? தண்ணீர் பணத்திற்கு விற்கப்படும். That is the curse of industrialization. We try to give back the glory of the world. That's why China have vertical forest. China says you want to rather develop a mall or the shopping complex or apartment or a multi-story building. They say China says, okay, you have to develop multi-forest or vertical forest. What this means, when you develop a very big building, Right side, left side, that side, this side, put the forest. Provide the place to have the vegetation. Along with the building, also have the forest. Because they say 1/3 of Chinese waste are being absorbed by you and me. Chinese waste is observed by you and me. That means China corrupt the 1/3 world population by its monoxide, by its carbon dioxide. So it's a very big danger. So China says, of course, you are spoiling the entire world. You are also spoiling China. So whenever you develop the very big building, see that you have vertical forest developed along, right? Give back. So now the world thought we should not set the world for us. Tomorrow, how about the children? Tata, you know Tata. Tata, you have time, sir? Sir?
Yes, sir, you can proceed.
Tata, he was sleeping, 70 years. After 12 o'clock, their own children. Tata bachelor, Tata is bachelor, but Akka Ponna, Anna Ponna, Tangachi, parent, Pangale, 50 பேரு டாடா ஜி மாமா தாத்தா சித்தப்பா happy birthday அப்படின்றாங்க. Today is 70 years. So 1 hour was full of joy, jubilant, cake, எல்லாம் காணாம போயிட்டாங்க. So the children went and enjoyed Tata full of dream. 2 o'clock they all vanished. So he had a fresh car. யோசிக்கிறார். Tata is thinking, now I am 70 years. I'm any farther. More than that. Now everyone know Tata means great man. Tata means metal, iron, steel, factory, car, bus. But only Tata knows Tata is known only for the elite people who buys car, bus, motorbike, blah blah things, technology. For elite people. How about the next level, third level, fourth level people? After Tata, who will rather care for my children? My children cannot go and beg, no, cannot go and work, no. So from that day started. Okay, let us reach the downward to the 60% people are not elite people who know Tata. So from next day, he started buying everything left and right. Tea kudikiringa, Tata tea. You go and have the Starbucks coffee, Tata price. You go and buy the jewel, right? Tata product. You go and have the sticks, Tata. Tasmak like kide irukra water packet, Tata plus. Everything is Tata. Now we have a nice sleep. Tomorrow, even if I am not there, my children will not go for copper. My children or my grandchildren will not go for, because everyone know what is Tata, where is Tata, who is Tata. Tata is slowly entering the education also. You evaluate, Tata is there. I was talking to Tata is entering the evaluation part. And tomorrow you write, give it to Tata technology, rather scan and give 5 marks. Not rather teach and give the paper to Tata software. It will give beautiful mark, colorful mark, colorful mark. Tata is there. What I want to tell is the technology is rather giving back. What they don't want, don't add in the future, they try to give back. In other words, the technology is having the human side. If instead of understanding, you understand technology, can understand you, and thereby they try to give back. The second thing is the 5.0 is going to give one more thing called integration of mission and man. Mission and man are trying to become collaborative like husband, wife, or brother and sister, or the administration as well as the staff members. We cannot rather say we are going to boss. We cannot say we have to rather be the collaborators or co-partners. So the integration is very, very important. The third thing I want to specialize is synergy. What is synergy? What is synergy? 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Synergy means 1 plus 1 is not 2, 3. Yourself and Xavier's college should make you to become a seasoned person. If you enter into the St. Xavier's College and only when you go like you are not you. Or loyal or synergy is not, sorry, Xavier's is not done any magic. You just enter into Xavier's College. When you come out, you have to be a formative man. You should rather say, I'm a man of educated, I'm a man of literate, I want to give back to society. Synergy means 1 plus 1 is equal to 3. That means you have to get some advantage, the name of synergy, right? And As I said, robo tomorrow will rule the world, and in tomorrow you're not going to call us robo, you're not going to call us bot. Chicken chicken cooked robot என்ன போட போறோம் ரோ அம்சர் போறோம் போட் மட்டும் அடிச்சு போறோம். So there's one thing called boat technology, and you are going to have one more person called CRO who is going to manage, integrate the man and machine. He is going to be the middle person. Napa machine முடிச்சிருக்கான் தெரியலையாமே கத்துக்கப்பா like that. So he is going to become matchmaker between the robo and men. He is called as the chief robotic officer. The last grade of this IFI0 is equal to is what? Human, sustaining human civilization. Of course, every human has got civilization. Yeah, we have your own ecstasy. I cannot rather trust my ethos to you because you are there. I should rather give importance to you. So that is what 5.0 is going to make out. 5.0 should not corrupt anyone's feeling. So civilization should always be synthesized. We talk more on 5.0. But what is the concern? You have good, there is bad. Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, but one man became a culprit. Same way, what do you think about the concern? என்ன விதமான விஷயங்கள் இடர்பாடான விஷயங்கள் சொல்ல முடியுமா? Floor is open to you. What is the concern? What is the thorn, drawback, concern? When you see good, you also should see bad. As students should know, you should know how to be critical. டக்குன்னு தப்ப கண்டுபிடிக்கணும், அங்கதான் நம்ம நிற்கிறோம். சார்கிட்ட கொடுத்த பேப்பர் பார்த்தா தப்பதான் கண்டுபிடிப்பாங்க சாருங்க, கரெக்டுக்கு மார்க் கண்டுபிடிக்க மாட்டாங்க. இந்த பாயிண்ட் ஒட்டியமா, இந்த வார்டு ஒட்டியமா, சொல்லுவாங்க சொல்ல மாட்டோமா சார் நம்மலாம்? We always try to point the mistake because we have been seasoned like that. இப்போ இதை கத்துங்க. You are all Z plus people, more less than us. வீட்டை கிளாஸ் போன் பண்ணி பயப்படுறாங்க இல்லைங்களா? ஓ அவங்க இருக்காங்களா இவங்க இருக்காங்க கொஞ்சம் பயம் காட்டுங்களே. Concern. What is the concern of 5.0? எல்லாம் நம்ம ஒரே பூல காட்டக்கூடாது, அது சின்ன ஒரு முள்ளு இருக்கும் இல்லையா? Human value will get reduced. Yeah, I accept. Beautiful. Human value will get reduced. Second, more unemployment problem. Obviously, there is chance of, even though they say we are collaborators, put on a file like that. More job problem will be happening in the near future. Great. Yes. Mission common now, right? Because robots, they are given right even to punish us. They have right to punish us. There is always chance of realizing. Good. Adoption. Yeah, you have to adopt. Beautiful. Collaborative means what? Modality portion na uttarangra பண்ணுவோம். Right? Adaptive is very, very important. Good. One more point from your side. No boyfriends are giving your voice. Only girls are giving their voice. Silent visitors, become robots. Happy to find good participation. One. I don't professor the professor. I want a boy children to talk. நான் இருக்கதான்ப்பா சண்டை போட மிஷனோட உலகத்தோட சண்டை போடக்கூட நம்ம தான் சண்டை போடுறோம். They say my collaborators, but what is the reality? I'll wait for a minute to get some good news from our students. Yes. Okay, I'm also a boyfriend, right? I'll help my friends. Standardization. You always want to at par. Girls always want to have person with equal status. At par. Standardization. Like a marriage, boys, girls should have the same ethos. The mission also expect mission learning, like that they ask men learning. You have to upskill yourself. They give a very tough standard. If you want to be a collaborator, a mechanic, you be a mechanic. I know logistics, you know logistics. If not, go to the painter, mechanic, robo is there, go and work, you assist with him. Hollywood wrong, sir, it's not fit with me, sir. He will say, CRO, kindly call, send it to the assistant to me. That means mission will rather insult you. To stand with the mission, you have to stand here. To stand, you have to be elated. You have to get elated. You know, Bernard Shaw kile kekranga. People asking, what is success? What do you mean by success? Bernard Shaw, the interviewer is asking, what is success? Bernard Shaw says, if you rather stand here, that's called success. I'm working on the success. That means to come here, you should rather go stage. From there, you have to walk stage by stage. So when you want to be standing with a power, engineer robotic, you have to be engineer. Mechanic, you have to be mechanic. Painter, assistant. Like that, when you want to assist the robot, you should rather keep your standard. It will rather gauge. If scan it will say whether you are rather right or wrong. So robo means you should rather standard. Second, transparency. You cannot hide to robo. You can't hide. One போய் சொல்லலாம் சிகரெட்டா புடிச்சு போலாம் போட்டு நல்லாவே சொல்லலாம் ரோபோட் சொல்ல முடியுமா டேய் தெரியாது ரெண்டு பை குத்து வந்தா சொல்லவே சொல்லாத robo means transparency. They will rather scan you. They will complete scan you find whether you are rather proper or not. Third is autonomous. Robo means autonomous. They decide whether you are acceptable or not. Because you are transparent to the robo, they will decide and check out whether you are good or not. It has the right to decide based on it is autonomous part. Ethical behavior. Robots always go by the ethics. They always have the rule. Everything is rather put in the proper frame, and only when you rather put forward, they go for it. They have their own ethics. Robo will not tell lie because robo does not have heart. It is everything is programmed. Robo has ethical behavior. Robo also understands the skill game because every now robo is rather getting trained. It is learning. So robo will also make you to rather work. Robo could rather work for 24 hours, could rather work for 24 hours, but robo will make you more mechanical. உடம்பு சதை இருக்கும் ரத்தம் இருக்கும் ஆனா மனசுன்றது இருக்காது because robo will make you become another robo. In simple terms, 5.0 will make you a robo. The underlying pictures is a sugar coated pills. 4.6 வந்து பச்சை மிஷன் தாண்டா அப்படி சொல்லுச்சு 5.0 வந்து நான் சொல்ல போகுது ஏன் மிஷன் ஆகக்கூடாது and the conclusion part is you want to stay with tune with the robo or along with the 5.0 be intelligent. Second, be intellectual. Third, be effective, efficient, and executive. What is efficiency? What is effective? Efficiency, effective. Efficiency means I think I am doing well. And about another lecture panitan. I feel super up panitan. Effectiveness means whether I'm reaching or not. When you all applaud that I'm rather doing a good job, that means I become an effective teacher. Efficiency means satisfying me. Effectiveness means satisfying everyone. The last but not least is execution part. Of course, I'm efficient, I'm effective. I shall rather prove myself to be good all through the year. I shall rather prove good all through the year. If I'm not proving good all through the year, then my effectiveness, efficiency will not be comfortably good. With that, I close my talk. Any question part? If it is there, happy to answer you. நான் கேள்வி கேட்டேன் நீங்க பதில் சொல்ல நீங்க கேளுங்க அவனை கேள்வி கேட்டல எவ்வளவு கஷ்டம் தெரியுமா நீ கேட்கிற நான் கேட்கட்டுமா நம்ம திருவிழா மாதிரி so the choice is open to you. Happy to receive your questions. Clarification. Please. One clarification. Yes.
Thank you, sir. It was well presented. Appreciate your presentation. The talk about industry 5.0. So you were giving in your talk about ecology cannot be converted. Yes, now you see that the industry, industrial era 4.0 or 5.0. So everything is natural has been destroyed. So something in order to develop one thing, then we have to do something. That's it. So in such a case, we are talking about this. In India also, the rivers they are planning to link. When the rivers are linked, so every places will get sufficient water, so there will not be any problem. And you said that in case when ecology cannot be converted, everything goes worst. But in the Indian government also, they made already plan to convert, linked the rivers, even Kaveri and Ganga, they already planned and proposed. Everything is about to execute it. So how do you look into this government policy when we are talking about this ecology cannot be converted?
Thanks for the good question, sir. Am I audible? Yes, sir. Teacher, I should be audible. And the Loyola College, with your permission, sir. Loyola College, you know how they recruit the staff members. Now we have to pass. Pass lot of barricades are there. Before 40 years, you know, Loyola, there is one called better for. And I am the candidate. I'm a candidate. And the selectors will be rather standing there. Right? So they will give a paper. I should read loudly so that the person standing on the other side should hear my voice crisp. They will identify three things: whether my throw is rather reaching you. First thing, whether I give modulation, whether my communication is rather rightfully pronounced. If all three things go together, I could be rather selected. What I'm going to say, teacher means shout. Last slide. So, sir, beautifully put the question. I don't think this will come in our generation because linking is vote bank. Who will sacrifice my land? Suppose if the waterways comes in this, I should sacrifice. Will politicians leave that? Very hard. That means it is old man. That means if the government put the policy to link the water way from Ganga to Kanyakumari, it will rather take away hundreds and lakhs of people's land. There's a major, and India is not a country ruled by bullet, it's ruled by barrack. China, one man, Xi Jinping. Or vote he was there in parliament. Only one man raised against Xi Jinping. Whether Xi Jinping could be an eternal president, 90 people vote. Only one person said no. China could do that because China is ruled by bullet, not by ballot. India is one country ruled by ballot, not by bullet. Democracy to the core. So in that order, I don't think, sir, it may come because we are people ruled by ballot, not by bullet. Okay, thank you. Any other question from your side? Students, money is spent only for you. You're all hosts, you're all guests. Lots of people have come and they have to get goodness from you. Like that. Conference, the hard work of Rahul, the coordinator, management, Ravi and Suresh will get a real charm because of you. ஆளுங்க சொன்னாங்க ஏன் பிள்ளைங்க இவ்வளவு கேள்வி கேட்டீங்களா, இவ்வளவு அறிவா இருக்கீங்களா, இவ்வளவு குழந்தைங்க நல்லா இவ்வளவு தெளிவா இருக்காங்களே, like that. 3 questions. I'm talking for our professors Rahul and coordinator and Ravindran and Suresh. I'm for them. நீ கேக்குறீங்களா ராகுல்? கேளுங்க ப்ளீஸ். உங்களுக்காக அவர் கேக்குறாரு பாருங்க.
Very good afternoon, Nandan Kadir here. First of all, I really appreciate our resource person because basically he was my professor when I was doing my PG in Loyola. He was my professor, and he inspired me a lot because when I entered into Loyola, I didn't know anything in English, but he inspired me a lot because he used a lot of such nice words, Kanna, Chalam, Raja, with a smile face. So still I remember that environment and situation. So for that I really thank my professor. And today I really inspired because he has used a lot of new terms. Say for example, bullet ballot now only. And just before he has used CRO, that is Chief Robotic Officer, like that. I really inspired. And that shows he is from Loyola. Because Loyola means such a high standard. He showed once again. And actually, we asked to speak about industrial era or industrial revolution 5.0. But he started with the industrial era 5.0 and he ended with the industrial era 10.0. Such a future focused address he has given. So I really appreciate and really thank my professor and our own resource person for our international conference. And my doubt is, as you have spoken about machine and so on. So in future, suppose machine will influence or machine will dominate the human power or human being. If there is any possibility, if anything, so what shall we do?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, number.
1:30, half an hour.
My train is like 2:30. I have to rush. You know, Shankar was working as a Dada Shankar is working as an assistant to Mr. Chandrasekhar, Chandrasekhar, Vijay's father. He got a book called She. Yes, full stop, H, full stop, E. That storylines is not that much comfortable, but with their permission, with permission of Rahul, I tell. A robotic scientist was there 1970, robotic scientist. 70 plus years. He married his own assistant. Charming and well, 25 years. So robotic scientist called his young darling, I'm going for outstation for a guest lecture, like Marcus, right? I'll take at least 10 days to come. Darling, you can rather go to any place. Farmers, very big farmers belongs to you. You're my darling. But don't go to that robotic. Don't even see it's locked. He vanished. No, girl is a girl. Girl is a girl. Very exclusive. So she said, okay, darling, bye-bye. Not hug and kiss. He departed. Till the car vanished. After the car vanished, you know what girls will do? Search for the key. Go to that hall, go to that lab, open that. Silent. Dim light was there. Robo was standing there. She was an assistant. She knows how to program. She gave a very awkward program. And that is the storyline starts. What I meant is when Robo is beyond that control, you know what happened to Yandran Chetty? At Chotchar level, but we know what, because the real CPU, brain ஒன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியல மக்களால, ரத்தத்தை கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியல, தோலை கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியல, இதயத்தை கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியல, because God is a God, nature is nature, and nature will always work. And when things go beyond, we will rather see that we have to put aim on. In simple terms, at the end of the day, we have one place where the world will always have man conquering Robo. There is one place where we could always win the war, because man is given by God and mission is given by man. When things go beyond the control, God will rule the world and God will save the earth. That's what my assumption is. Anyway, thank you, Dr. வேற எதனா கேள்வி இருந்தா கேளுங்க. என்ன வேணுமா?
Students from outside and inside, okay, you can ask any questions. என்கிட்ட தான் கேட்க முடியும், எங்கேயாவது கேளுங்க.
Thank you, friends. Real joyful event. I enjoy. Thank you.
As our secretary told us, Lord will speak from his heart and not note. Like that, he has spoken from his heart without any PPT and so on, as he is filled with much experience and knowledge. Never stop learning because life never stops teaching. Thank you, sir, for inspiring us with thought-provoking message such as data, big data, micro data, logistics, machine learning, a new term, CRO, Chief Robotic Officer, pollution, banking, and about the collaboration, integration, synergy, standardization, autonomous, and sustaining human civilization in the industrial era 5.0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Lunch is served at the women empowerment room. So please go on, take your lunch. And next session.
Going to start at 2 p.m. sharp here only. So please come on. Now 1:30. 2:50. We are in industry era 5.0. We have to run. We have to run. Don't go slow. Anna nada, aya nada, no nada. Okay, only on the fast. Yeah, please move. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir, meeting leave பண்ணிடலாம்.
To all. Now it's time for panel discussion. The panel expert, Dr. M. Julia Caesar, and the panel members, Dr. C. Mahime Arul Ignatius, Dr. J. Sankara Narayanan, Dr. A. Select Mary Vetriselvi, Dr. A. Kennedy, and Mr. K. Jagan are here with us for the discussion. Now I invite Ms. Sivasankari to give an introduction about Dr. M. Julia Caesar.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am happy to welcome Dr. M. Julius Caesar, Assistant Professor of Commerce, St. Joseph College, Trichy, and a former Professor of Shift 1 Commerce. I am glad to introduce Dr. Julius Caesar as a moderator to this session. He has done 3 UGC-sponsored minor research projects and conducted various national and international seminars and state-level workshops. He has produced 8 PhD scholars and published 55 papers in seminars and conferences. He has also contributed to 15 books and published them. He acted as Dean of Arts in our college from the academic year 2014 to 2017 and as an NSS Program Officer for the academic year 2012 and 2015. Once again, I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to the members.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I record my sincere thanks to Professor Joe Pascal Xavier, the coordinator of Shift 2 Commerce, the professors in charge of the International Conference, Professor Rahul Golden, Professor Manigandan, other learned faculty members, Dr. Suresh, LC's Madam Sahaya Mary, and other professors. Thank you for inviting me and congratulations to all of you for taking initiative to organize a conference at the international level. I also appreciate the novel topic identified by the faculty members to organize this national level conference. The topic is Industry 5.0 or 5.0, we call it. So, before we get into this particular panel discussion, we have 4 panelists to give their own views in different dimensions on the industry 5.0. Now, way back in 1784, we had the initiation for industry. So we started using the steam power. I don't know whether in villages you will witness the old vessels are being rectified. Old vessels, பழைய ஈயம் பித்தளை இந்த ஜாமான்லாம் வந்து சரி பண்றதுக்காக வில்லேஜுக்கு வருவாங்க. They will sit in one particular point. Now what they will do? The lady will rotate the fire and there will be a fire and this gentleman will put that vessel in the fire and try to make it perfect. This is what was identified to be the first industrial revolution, we could call, or first industrial initiation. We have 2 important things. One is the steam power, the other is the weaving. The second segment, 2.0. The second innovation, it has started with the electrification. The first one was with steam engine, the second one with the electrification. And here we have identified two important aspects. One was aiming at mass production. Instead of focusing on or vending or creating one particular product throughout a year or throughout 3 months, 6 months like that, we have aimed at mass production. Through electrification, we had a focus towards mass production. And in line with that, we also had ancillary units creating or manufacturing different type of products, and we brought all these products under one roof for assembly line. And it is what has happened in 1870. So these two were the revolutions that took place in 1700 and 1800. Till the midpoint of 1950s, we could say that there was no much improvement in our industrial practice. Only we have been doing electrification, electrified manufacturing, electrified process, electrified product. The outcome came through the support of electrification. In 1969, there was a big transformation took place at the global level. Now, what was the transformation? The introduction of computers, the introduction of electronics into the industry. When the computers and the electronics came into the industry, people have started looking at it in different perspective and introducing various means of innovation in the process of industry. And all that we have today is the outcome of the initiative of the global world in the year 1969, 69 and 70. So we had third industry in the year 1969-70, somewhere around, and it primarily had a focus towards automation. In between this 3 and 4, in 1980, we had a very pleasant opportunity. We could call it pleasant opportunity now, which we would not have told that year. In 1980, there was a move at the global level to make every countries to come together to collaborate. And that is what we mean globalization. Of course, all the commerce students and commerce teachers are aware of this particular concept called globalization. But it came to India only in 1991, where India accepted the policy called liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Right. Now, immediately after this, after 1990, or in the year 1990, we had this Industry 4.0. Now, what does it mean? When we mean Industry 4.0, it primarily focused on digitalization. Now, what do we do here today? There is a recording takes place. It goes at the global level. We have our mobile phone with us. We have so many other equipments, gadgets invented and brought to use. And this is because of the digitalized era or digitalization. If you look at 20 years back or 25 years back, we had a bank passbook with our hands. We have to go and stand in the queue to collect our money. But today what happens? You can get your money by the use of the card. And much more advance has taken place. If I am to give money to Dr. Ignatius, I need not take the cash, run after the bank, go, wait there, collect money and give the money to him. Instead, we have got a payment bank store. And this is the invention that took place in the fourth industrial revolution, or we could call fourth industrial initiation, we could say. That is what we mean digitalization. And here we speak about 2 or 3 important things. One is cyber physical system. Everything is connected everywhere. We have the core banking system. When the core banking system was introduced, it was confined to only particular branch of bank, particular bank, State Bank of India, throughout India it is connected. But later what happened, it has connected to other segments of the bank. Even today we can withdraw money from other banks also. So this is the situation that is being created by this digitalized era. Then we also start speaking about IoT. Now what is IoT? Internet of Things. So anything we do or whatever we like to do, it is more aligned with the internet, more aligned with the internet and networks. So this is the fourth segment of the industry we speak. Now, the fifth segment of the industry. It has two important aspects. One is the human intelligence. One is the human intelligence. And the outcome of the human intelligence. And it is what people say, men and machine interface. And today, you know, instead of working in a bank at the front end, we work at the back end. Now, what do? We control all the aspects of human intervention in the banking transaction from behind. So this is the scenario today that we need to understand. We have walked miles and through the intelligence of human or manpower, we could say, through the intelligence of human, we have just walked a long distance at a short span of time. In a short span of time, we have walked a very long distance of invention. And today, you know, even the cars are controlled by the digital system. The fellow comes in the service center, he connects the computer there and he finds the A to Z of the car and where the car has problem and how the car is. And it is the situation to which we are all moving in. So at this point, I am happy that the Department of Commerce Shift 2 has taken a very novel, relevant, pertinent topic for discussion, topic for academic discussion. So I wholeheartedly welcome the panel members. There are 5 members seated here and they will be contributing to this panel discussion maybe for about 10 minutes. Rahul, Joseph, every speaker can speak for about 10 minutes. Okay. So we have 5 panel members and they will be talking to you on different dimensions of Industry 5.0. And finally, I will conclude the session. And now I would like to introduce all these great panel members to this August gathering. First, Dr. C. Mahimai Arul Ignatius. Dr. C. Mahimai Arul Ignatius, he has rich experience in teaching commerce at Loyola College and St. Xavier's College here, and very risk taker. He will just take anything voluntarily and he will prove his efficiency in all that he takes. And that's his specialty. So I introduce him and I welcome him, sir. Welcome you, sir. And sir will be speaking marketing area, marketing 5.0. I have the second guest, Madam Dr. Salet Mary Vetrichelvi, my own student. She was here teaching. She was a student of this college. She was also teaching here. Now she is working for St. Mary's College, Thuthukudi. She has a push for learning. And she wants to do somehow or other something new. And she has a passion for teaching. So whatever new thing we just tell her, she will try to explore ideas and try to present. So I introduce her and I welcome Madam Salet Mary Vetrichelvi. We have Mr. Shankar Narayanan from Guru Nanak College, Chennai. Mr. Shankar Narayanan is the native of Tirunelveli, the son of the soil. But he has wide experience. He has moved away from Tirunelveli, worked for IFI Business School, then KSR College, Alpha College, Guru Nanak College. Then he was a principal for some time in Coimbatore, Cheran College. So he has thrust for research and he has published so many articles. He moves around attending programs and contributing to various programs. Sir, he has got nearly 18 years of teaching experience. Welcome you, sir. We have one more professor, Dr. Kennedy, new doctor, the first product of the HOD of Commerce, Dr. Arakyadas. Kennedy, I have seen him when I was here, he was here and he had 2 years served here. Earlier, he served in Nagaland, nearly 14 years. So he has come down to prepare a space for the governor, perhaps. He was also working for JP College. And now he is the vice principal of St. Joseph College at Mettur, near Kadayam. One thing I like in him is he is very strong in what he likes to take. He is very strong. He will not adjust to anybody. He is very strong in what he likes to say. So nice to have you, sir, in the panel. We have Mr. Jagan, director of Rehoboth Group of Companies. And he had his BCom and MCom from Sadakatullah Appa College. He has a very social trust and social concern. Very simple, very humble. I've seen him in 2-3 instances. So very nice man, very tough to say. I think Professor Lewis was in Thomas. I've seen him. Okay, he has a lot of experience in the industry. So these people are identified to be very quality people in making us all to understand the different dimensions of the industry. Different dimensions of the industry. It's not something that we say that the industry grows, but the industry has to accommodate. And there are 5 experts who will be speaking in different dimensions. Industry cannot be industry without finance. Industry cannot be industry without market. Industry cannot be industry without a consumer. So focusing on that, people have been identified and they will be talking to us in different dimensions of industry. And I request all the panel members to take 10 minutes and kindly present your views effectively. If you have digital mode, you are welcome. And even if you are in oral, you are welcome. So please, 10 minutes, make your presentation. Shall I call the first speaker, sir? Okay. I would like to request Dr. Mahima Ignatius to speak on industry versus marketing.
Respected the moderator of this panel discussion, Dr. Julius Caesar, sir. Respected head of the Department of Commerce Department, both Shift 1 and Shift 2, other faculty members, and my own panel members. Then my dear students, friends, good afternoon all of you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate the Commerce Department of Shift 2 for organizing this wonderful conference on Industrial Era 5.0. I was asked to talk about the recent marketing trends or marketing 5.0. This seminar invites us to look at the marketing forecast or look at the future of marketing through the lens of the technology. Now we are enjoying the latest marketing trend, our digital marketing trend. Without digital, we cannot do anything nowadays, even in our academic performance. Okay, our students also likes to have only online exams. Okay, online exams, online teaching, everything. Everything they like only online instead of offline. Whether we like it or not, we have to adapt or adopt this digital or technology in our marketing process. Only two factors are involved to bring out this kind of latest changes. We have come across a lot of evolutions of marketing. The two factors are, one is marketing technology, the other one is constant change of customer needs. The marketing technology starts from even the print advertisement, even ends with the digital advertisement. Of course, both the factors have given the importance, have given the values on that particular period. The print advertisement also have given impact on their business those days. But nowadays, only the digital playing very vital role are attracting more number of customers, especially the youth customers, to get the product from the manufacturer himself. I think when you think about or when you talk about the digital marketing, there is no discussion for even customer. We are discussing only about the consumers, because the final users only are using this technology to buy the product from the manufacturers for their ultimate purpose. You may heard about the brick and mortar marketing. That is a traditional marketing. The traditional marketing concept have gradually changed. Okay, now we are concentrating on face-to-face marketing. They are meeting either virtual or in person. They are getting details about the product. The other consumer needs, not customer needs, consumer needs. This is also brings rapid change in this marketing era, because both the things, even technology and also market consumer needs, is keep on changing nature. So according to the latest trend, according to the latest technology, the business people also has to adapt the latest technology in their business process. Otherwise, they cannot survive in this marketing era. Marketing 1.0 deals with only the products, what the marketer or what the businessman has to do. They have to highlight only the product features and the quality, or that other what is called the offers. That's all. The marketers or the seller has to convince the customer to buy the product, nothing else. This is called marketing 1.0. Marketing 2.0 deals with customer-oriented approach. They are focusing on consumer needs, what people like. Okay, instead of what they can do, they are started to produce the product what the customer wanted. That is gradual change. The third one is very good marketing era, marketing 3.0. That is human-centric marketing approach. Human-centric marketing approach. Okay, that is in that concept only, because they are paying more attention on human-centric, human values. That's why, though this product is injurious to the health, they started to give the what is called the caution message on the package. In the smoking, cigarette packets, okay, smoking leads to cancer. Or the liquor, even liquor bottle, they write liquor injurious to your health. Okay, like that, they started to put that caution message on the packing of the product, because they concentrated on the human values and human preferences. Then fourth one is marketing 4.0. They started to think about the digital. That digital marketing has started that era itself. Okay, they brings lot of changes. Okay, in their consumer needs, and also the purchasing styles also they have changed because of this this technology revolution. In marketing 5.0, what we are going to discuss now, marketing 5.0 also deals with the technology. What they are doing, what they are differentiating in between 4.10 and 5.0, this technology has shaped according to create, to communicate and enhance the value of the customer. They have to create and communicate and enhance the value of the customer. They started to think about the customer preferences, customer values. They are starting about the customer experience. We are talking in 5.0 only. Even the Kotler also, Flip Kotler also has got confused. What is the difference between this marketing 4.0 and 5.0? Both are deals with the digital only. But the 4.0 dealt with only the technology. They never bother about the welfare of the customers. But the 5.0 dealing with consumer experience. That's why nowadays you people are using a Zoom app, a Google Meet, a WebEx. Okay, if you come across any defects, or if you come across any problem in the product, immediately you can chat with that seller or the manufacturer directly in person. In person means through virtual. You can interact with him. You can explain about the product. You can explain about your problem to that people. So anything, anyone, with anybody can meet easily through this virtual mode. So this is called marketing 5.0. So what is called the challenge you have to face when you follow this marketing 5.0? The first of all, you must have how to create the relationship with the customer. When you follow this marketing 5.0 concept through this virtual media or virtual mode, how to create that relationship, that is very, very much an important factor. Especially this concept has introduced during the time of the pandemic or the COVID-19. This COVID-19 has created a lot of changes in our lifestyle. Okay, then even the five types of generation people are living together. Starts from our grandfather, our father, a brother, sister, okay, ourselves, even our own brother and sister, why not even then what is called niece, nephews are living together. Their preference, their taste, not only difference, their conflict, their contradictory. It is very difficult to deal with all the people by the single manufacturer or the single company. So they have, because they are living in different area. That old people, they are having the old school of thought. Okay, still they wanted to have idli and vadai in the breakfast time. But our latest generation wanted to have the pizza, burger, and even other soft drinks, Coke, Pepsi during the breakfast time. Their tastes have entirely changed and also contradiction. They wanted to have only organic items, but our own people, our latest youth, they wanted to have only that modern food style items. So these contradictions, these conflicts is very, very big challenge for the manufacturer or the marketer. How we are going to deal with them? So through their technology, how we will offer their product to the both kind of people. That is very big challenge for them. So this idea only, okay, they adopted that artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, what it's doing, they will take automatical decision making. The machine will take automatic decisions based on the collected data and data analysis. If the company has any previous records, okay, I think you know that if they have a practice to analyze the customers' data, okay, what are the target people, how much they have spent per purchase, okay, what is the amount they are purchasing. If they have this kind of data, the computer itself analyzing the data by automatically, it will give the decision. Okay, if you offer this kind of product to this age group, definitely you can be succeeded one like that. So the machine learning also is there in the artificial intelligence itself. Okay, if you search any information based on the previous historical data or historical analysis, historical information, the machine itself analyze the data in other aspect, in other dimensions, and provide the results to the marketer. Okay, you need not go for further analysis of the consumer data. That is, so the artificial intelligence and the machine learning process playing very vital role in this marketing 5.0. The other one is you must face another important challenge, okay, of the marketing concept of 5.0, the privacy. Who will use all these customers' data? Only the marketing team. But there is no guarantee to use this information or the data of the customer in more confidential way. Definitely, nowadays, you people are receiving unwanted, what is called, calls from so many companies. Are you experienced? Sir, we are talking about HDFC Bank. We are ready to provide personal loans. Okay, if you want any credit cards or like that, you are receiving this kind of calls from various companies or banking companies. How they have got this information? Only because of these loopholes of the machine learning and artificial intelligence. So the safer or privacy is very big challenge for the concept of 5.0. You must, what you have to do as a marketer, you have to give awareness or you have to give training, proper training to the marketing team members. And also the team members must be aware of the risk-heavy penalties and reputation damage. If the companies gets damaged because of this kind of loopholes, that particular marketing team should be punished. So everything must be concentrated when you are applying this latest concept. How can you use this artificial intelligence in your marketing? First of all, as a company, you must establish the goal, because artificial intelligence, how this works, the machine will take decision by automatically based on the available data. The data, the tools, that is the tools must be trained based on the company goals, based on the company policies, based on the company historical data. The tools, if they knows very well, if it knows very well about the company's goals and policies and what is called the procedure, the historical data, they will give the proper results. If you fail to build these tools in a proper systematic way, they never disclose the real customer desires. So when you fail to do this training and development, the machine will give the false information. Based on that results, if you take any decision, you will be suffering. So this, so if you get more return out of this latest technology in the marketing area, first of all, you must establish the clear goal and objectives in your company. Then another thing is data privacy standards. Each and every company must establish data standard privacy policy. Okay, they must create their own security system. Okay, then I think you people may suffer this kind of problem. Even our own college websites are hacked nowadays. Okay, this is technology. This is the problem of the technology. I think what I am trying to say, the technology cannot replace the human being. Okay, whatever, even 5.0 or 5.0 or 6.0, whatever may be. Okay, the technology cannot replace the human being, but you must face certain challenges. If you overcome it, if you overcome all these challenges in a smart way, definitely you can get maximum benefit out of that changes. Then data quality, then maintain data quality. When you store the data, you must store the data in a time manner. That is very important. You should not store, okay, what is called the old data. You should store only the latest data. Whatever you have collected recently, that data should be stored. And also you should store the complete data. Incomplete data definitely will give the false information. Complete data, consistency. Okay, that is also very important. If you feed the data once in 3 months or once in 6 months, that consistency should be maintained in your company system. Otherwise, the system will give false information. Okay, what is the how we can go for it? Okay, what type of strategy we can apply during this month of RD? Can we go for the offering system, one buy one get one free? This system can we go? You must update or you must upload these details before the month of RD, so that during the month of RD, the system will give the proper results. So the consistency is very much needed. Then relevant information, whatever the information related to your company's product, not essential about the competitor's product. Whatever the information related to the customer, age is very important, their taste and trend is very important, their what is the fashion is important, the price, that is very important. Okay, so all these relevant details only must be feeded. Okay, yes, sometimes you may be asked, are you married or unmarried? You may think whether it is related to the product or the demand of the product or not. That is also, okay, in some way it is related to their product. If you are married, how many family members are there in your family? Okay, how many times you are purchasing the product? Everything is relevant. Everything is relevant. So the relevant information must be fed into the data. The transparency, you know that, okay, no hiding, no secrecy should be maintained. The relevant transparency also must be maintained. Accuracy also must be there. Then all these factors, if you maintain in your data, in the artificial intelligence, definitely you will get what is called fruitful decisions from that particular system. What are the components of marketing 5.0? The marketing 5.0 has classified in 4 ways. That is 4 marketing, data-driven marketing. First one is data-driven marketing. Whatever we have been discussing, that is the data-driven marketing. You have to store the data, latest data, marketing, okay, relevant data. It will give the relevant, okay, that very good decision out of this data. Everything from the system. It is automated decision making process. Automated decision making process. The system itself analyze the data. So you have to bring out you have to collect the customer data and feed the data in the system. Then predictive marketing. Predictive marketing means you have to predict about the future. What will happen after 5 years? What will happen after 10 years? That you have to predict. He said there is no other go. Sir is telling nowadays that if you want to transfer the money, if you want to give the money to other person, you do not go to the bank. Simply we just transfer the money at your place itself through your mobile. It is very mandatory nowadays. Nowadays, I think people are forgetting to put the signature in this in checkbook because they are not going to the bank for transferring the money or using the checkbook, okay, for giving money to somebody else. A bank at the same kind of complaint, they will say, sir, your signature is not matching with the previous one, what is the specimen one. Why? Because they simply forgot their signature. They simply forgot. Okay, so you have to predict what will happen in future. I think one company has developed one app for ignorant people, for ignorant businessmen. That what the small entrepreneur. They if you want to maintain the accounts, at least you must know accounting principles. Am I right? So what is debit, what is credit? Okay, and the 3 rules of accounting rules, 3 rules of accounting must aware of it. So then you can pass debit entry and credit entry. How the ignorant people will pass the entry, will prepare the maintaining the account. For that purpose, they are maintaining one app. Just simple button, 3 colors, blue color, green color, red color. 3 colors. Okay, blue, green, red. When you receive the money, just press the green color button. The amount will enter the receipt side. When you pay the money, just press the red color button. That amount debited in your account. When you do these sales through online trading, just press the what is called blue color button. The amount will be credited in your account. Simple. But the government authorities will not accept this accounting process. Okay, if you needed to pay income tax to the government authorities based on this accounting statement, you cannot pay tax. For that, you need accounting experts. There is no doubt about it. But what I'm trying to say, the digital marketing, the marketing 5.0, even for this kind of people also, the what is called the digital people as developing the apps or developing the technology for maintaining their accounts in a more simplest way. Just press the button. That's all. Okay, the amount will enter either debit column or credit cards.
Please take 1 minute, sir.
Yes, sir. I will finish it. Okay, then contextual marketing. Contextual marketing, what you have to do, you have to analyze the physical and informational surrounding of the customer. You have to analyze what context you are facing the demand of the product. What context the customer gives this kind of feedback. Nowadays, getting feedback also not difficult. Okay, you can get the feedback even the Google Forms. Okay, it is very easy. What I'm trying to say, if you not ready to adapt this technology, we are only considered as outdated people or outdated customers. But the trend is keep on going. Okay, so the technology gives lot of place to the businessman for adapting the latest, what is called, latest trend in order to attract the latest customers. With this, I will stop this, my deliberation. And finally, I concluding this message. The technology cannot replace the human being. But what we have to think, how we can use this latest technology to bring out the maximum output with the support of the human being. In this way only, we have to use the technology, not simply eradicating the human being from with the help of the technology. Thank you.
Or has highlighted the evolution of marketing, aligning the industrial growth or industrial transformation. So he said that the first marketing era is focused towards product, second is focused towards customers, third focused towards human being, fourth is the digital marketing, and fifth is the shaped market, where the interaction takes place between the producer and the consumer. On understanding the consumer, the company has to produce the product. So that was a very nice point highlighted by him. And in the second aspect, he has also highlighted the challenges. Now today, if I go to a departmental store expecting my product to be available, take for example Dove soap. I step into a departmental store, ask for my choice product, Dove soap, which is not available. The second day also I go, it is not available. The third day, even if the product is available, I will not buy because I will switch over, because there is multiple similar products available in the market. So it is not the choice, it is not the delay of the seller will change the choice of the customer. So that need to be understood. So he has also highlighted about the artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics. Today we are talking commerce people. So it is a computer paper, everything comes to us. Commerce people need to know a topic called data analytics. It is analyzing the taste, preference, and attitude of consumers, consolidating and submitting a report. And that is what we mean data analytics. So Sar has touched upon the collection of data, assembly of data, coordinating of data, organizing of data, and then arriving at a conclusion whether this customer will respond to me or not. So that's the question he has focused. So he has given plenty of dimension, and he has ended up with technology cannot replace human being, he has said. But there is a big question at the global level. And today, technology slowly dominating people. Technology cannot replace human being. That is one side. We are the creator of technology. On the other side, technology has influence over all of us. I asked a question with a boy student. In 1 hour time, how many times you take your mobile phone and look at whether you are in class or away from class? One boy student can respond. In 1 hour time, how many times you take out your mobile, look at, and then put it in your packet? Any student? Anybody, sir? 8 to 10 times, sir. 8 to 10 times. 8 to 10 times. How about girl students? It should be much higher. So we are dominated by technology. So thank you, sir. You have given a good note on marketing 5.0. It is more reflective, highly value-oriented points were shared. The second speaker is Dr. B. Vetrichelvi. All the rest of the speakers are with the PowerPoint. So we will be coming down. Dr. Vetrichelvi will be speaking on human resource aspects of Industry 5.0. Thank you.
Oh, 1 hour தான் சார்ஜ் நிற்கும். ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கா? அப்போ உங்க தான் மாட்டுக்கு அப்புறம் நம்ம ஒரு சேர் எல்லாம் கிடைக்கும்.
different types of employment in India. The first one is self-employed. The self-employed people are, it means person who operate their own enterprises, and also they are earning profit and they are standing in their own land. Okay. Example, factory owners and also shopkeepers, they are contributing 52% of Indian workforce. The next one, casual wage laborers, like 100 days wages. The person, those who are working, they are known as casual wage laborers. During Congress period, they provided 100 rupees per day, but nowadays they are providing 150 rupees. Okay, they are not come under Industry 5.0. They are not, as of now, they are not updated to technology. Then regular salaried employees, all the people, those who are working under the employer, they are known as regular salaried employees. It means person who work on regular basis in some enterprise and earn salary. Teachers and all the people, example, there is bank employees, accountant in factory, and they are comprising only 23% of Indian workforce. Then the next one, distribution of employment in the region level, whether they are in urban or whether they are in village. In village, self-employed are 58%, and the casual wage laborers are 29%, and the regular salaried are 13%. Then cities, like in urban areas, can anyone tell me what are the cities, metropolitan cities? Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata, right? And also New Delhi, right? So self-employed are 38%, that is those who are running business in their own, that is 38%. Then casual wage laborers are 15%. Regular salaried people are, compared to village, urban area, they are in a larger size because many of the people, they are migrated into cities. Then the next one is distribution of employment in categories of male and females. Self-employed people are 52%, and the casual wage laborers are 24%, like regular salaried are 24%, male. Okay. Then females in urban areas, self-employed are 52%, casual wage laborers are 27%, regular salaried are 21% male. So after introducing these kinds of human resource of India, so now I'm moving to human resource management and industry 5.0. First, I'm going to explain about digital labor HR strategies in post-COVID, then work from home productivity, world employment, then global HR. So digital labor, they are known as emergent forms of labor characterized by maybe artificial intelligence or voice recognition or Internet of Things. Okay, I'll give you a live example for you. Okay, so my mobile is the digital labor, right? So I'm asking, hey Google, can you play a Airman song through Spotify? Okay, wait for a minute. This will respond what I'm asking. Okay, wait for a minute. So I'm asking another app to play, right? So you could see that. Right? So this is known as so Internet of Things. This is my digital labor. Okay, I'm asking or I'm commanding towards it. And another one, I'm asking this. Hey Google, can you make call to my mom? See, this is my digital labor. Wait for a minute. It will make call to my mom, right? So like that. Okay. So like that, instead of asking a person to obey my commands and do order, okay, but my mobile will do itself, okay. And I must say some example. Previously, after getting married, I used to make call to my mom what to cook and how to cook, okay. Then nowadays, I'm checking out all the YouTube videos how to cook, okay. Then my kid, he or she, right, my kids, they are offering food through online, okay. Soon after, my grandchildren, what they will do, they will assist one robot, then they will be cooking, right? The robot, it will cook, right? So these are all the HR and also industry 5.0. So that is digital labor. Then the next one, who is the founder of Tesla and SpaceX? Can anyone tell me?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Okay, the Iron Man of many American youngsters. Okay, see, I hope you people, you are well versed compared to us, right? So, can you tell me the driverless car or pilot mode car? Have you ever before watched that video?
Tesla.
Tesla car, right? Okay. So I'm having a clip, so I'll play it in the last. Can you play it now? Okay, wait for a minute. So next one, in Japan, they are having one restaurant that is Henna, the weird hotel. Okay. Weird hotel, right? So in that hotel, 140 robots are appointed in a restaurant. Okay. Nowadays they are having only 2 restaurants, 2 places. Soon after they are having to expand to 100 number of hotels or restaurants, robotic restaurants in and around in Japan. Okay, so soon after the human resource, previously the person, those who will come and take the order and distribute foods. But nowadays the robots, they are going to transform the human being into robotics. Okay, so next one I'm moving to. Can you play that video?
I'm playing.
Okay, so I'll move on to the next one. COVID-19, as you all know, that is in the late December 2019, we people suffered a lot, and only 2 industries, there is no lagging. They run their business in a proper manner. Can anyone tell me which industries they run without lagging during pandemic situation as well? Hospitals, they came in person, the doctors and the nurses, scavengers, everybody, they human resource, they came and they did their work, right? Essential commodities. Okay, then through online. Say education and also software, right? So education and software, there is no lagging, right? So all the people, especially we the teachers, we upgraded ourselves throughout Internet of Things. Okay, so nowadays we can know Zoom meeting and also Google Meet and GoToMeeting, Cisco WebEx, as sir mentioned everything. Okay, so these are all the applications. We people, the human resource, the teachers, they upgraded themselves. And previously software industries people, they are having work from home, productivity, everything. Okay. So previously HR administrative is a department, but nowadays it is innovative and strategic hub. Okay. So Mr. Jeffrey Pfeffer has written 2 books on the topic, competitive advantages through people and human equation, building profits by putting people first. So in these books, he proposed HR best practices can increase companies' profit. So employees are very important for the organization and also for the nation's income. Okay, the first
Video.
yes. So this is a Tesla car introduced by Mr. Elon Musk. This is a driverless car. Okay. So whenever you are starting from your destination, imagine that if I'm coming from Thoothukudi or Madurai or Kanyakumari, I just command my car. I just command my car. You just drop me in St. Xavier's College, Palankote. It will drop. Right, my car will drop. And also while I'm traveling in the car, I can prepare for my class, and also I can sleep, I can take rest, or I can do whatever I want, right? So this is a driverless car. You need not to do steering and all. This is known as Internet of Things, Industry 5.0, right? Artificial intelligence. The person, he is not doing steering and all. Okay, he is not driving, right? It is automatically, it is changing. Can anyone guess in which year India will have these kinds of cars? Which year? 25. That is, we are expecting that in 2030, we may have these kinds of cars. But it is a drawback as well, right? We people never and ever obey for traffic rules and regulations. For us, Indian traffic rule, we couldn't adopt these kinds of car, I hope, right?
Sir.
Next one.
Next video.
Next video. 7 minutes. 1 minute. Can anyone tell me what is a humanoid robot? Can anyone name the humanoid robot which is invented by American people? Sophia, right? Sophia. See, in Arab countries.
Welcome to the Hindu Hotel. If you want to check in, please press 1.
Okay, in Arab countries, many women are not eligible for citizenship, but for a humanoid robot, they gave citizenship. Okay, so HR strategies in post-COVID. The first one is first strategy.
Welcome to the Hindu Hotel. If you want to check in, please press 1.
The dinner sir will welcome you, and it is in the welcome desk. Okay. These are all artificial intelligence fish. Thank you. So next one, HR strategies in post-COVID. The first and the foremost strategy is providing securities for employees. Due to pandemic and the COVID situation, many people lost their life. Okay, and also the job is very, very important for each and everyone. Okay, so providing security for employees is the main predominant factor in HR strategies. Then the next one, selective hiring, that is personality assessment. The employer has to check it out whether the employee is technically able to do the work and technical and soft skills to do the job. Then the next one, trainability. So to train the employees to improve the skills, whether the employee can train whether the employer can train the employee to do the job. Okay. Then the next one is whether the employee is committed towards the job or organizational goal. Then the third one is self-managed and effective teams. Self-managed and effective teams are the key responsibility of an organization. According to Harvard Business Review, the best problem-solving teams are characterized by two traits, that is cognitive diversity and also psychological safety. Okay, so cognitive diversity that is meant for collective ideas from the team. Okay, what's the difference between group and team? What's the difference between group and team? Why we are not saying that cricket group instead of we are saying that cricket team, right? Why we are saying that? So group of people in the sense they may join together as they are wished, right?
But instead of that, team that is meant for they are having some goal, okay, to achieve or to gain some rewards, awards, to win trophy like that. So team spirit is very, very important for the organization. Okay, cognitive diversity that is meant for generate more different collective and creative ideas. Then the next one is psychological safety. Psychological safety that is meant for the employee feel comfortable to share the ideas with the team. When the team is okay with the employee, right? If I'm going to share an idea, the team members should accept that. Okay, that is very, very important in the HR. How the evaluation will be made in the self-managed and effective team, measuring the team performance, rewarding team excellence,
You have 1 minute.
advising management on techniques and tools for facilitate teamwork. Then the next one is fair and performance-based competition. This is very, very important for the organization. Then the next one, training in relevant skills. Whenever there is a software industry people, they must know about coding and update themselves. That is very, very important for the human resource management. Then the next one is banking employees. Previously, we used to stand in a long queue and also wait for 1 day or half a day, right? But nowadays we are using ATMs and also more than that, we are having applications, right? Bank applications in our mobile itself, right? Creating flexible opportunities, work from home, that is work from anywhere. So these are other important things, and also making information easily accessible. These 7 strategies are mainly focuses on from talent acquisition to learning development. So next one. So this is the one, this is meant for previous one. So this is the one that is workforce, work from home productivity. Though you people are working in your home, there are some software to invigilate you people or supervise you, right? Supervise the employees. Time decor, toggle, then rescue time, hours, timely. Next one. Next slide. So these are the examples. Time doctor, that is meant for how many hours you are working for the organization to check it out, right? Next one. So this is a time sheet you might have known in Google attendance, right? How many hours you people were attended the class. So these kinds of graph sheets. This is meant for these sheets that is meant for how to invigilate the employees, how they are working for the organization in industry 5.0. Next one. Okay, this is also the same similar example for that. So 10 hours, 4 minutes, one employee worked for the organization. Then the last one, next one. Okay, world of employment. Next one, next one. Okay, so world employment. Most accountant jobs needed for UAE, United Arab Emirates, then South Africa, then United Kingdom, then Europe. These countries, they are checking out many accountant jobs. Okay. Then next one is mechanical engineering. Mechanical engineering related jobs, which is highly needed in Japan and Germany because they are producing a finest car in the world. The next one, construction and renovation. All the Gulf countries people, they will invest more for construction related works, especially Dubai and the United Arab Emirates. The next one is robotics and artificial intelligence. South Korea, then Japan, China, they are fond of using that is technology, right? So these are the apps. Whenever you are moving to any other countries, you need not to fear about the languages. You can learn many kinds of languages through these apps, right? The first one is Duolingo, that is very friendly. You can download it through Play Store and you can learn everything. Last slide. Thank you so much for patient listening. And I'm overcoming experience with this college. Thank you so much for this golden opportunity.
We have 3 more speakers, so I thought the previous speakers could spare time. Yes, I also need time, I do understand. Selvi has been highlighting certain important areas relating to job, which is being governed by technology and the present jobs available physically also. Now, I request Dr. G. Sankaran Narayanan from Guru Nanak College, and he will be speaking on trade, industry, and commerce aligned with it. Industry 5.0.
The St. Xavier's College. Okay. The St. Xavier's College in Baba.
Good evening.
No,
First of all, I thank the Almighty to make me present in front of you. I thank Mr. Joe Pascal Taylor, Coordinator, Department of Commerce, and Alphonse Xavier Innocent, Gaurav Das, Michael John, and our moderator, Julius Caesar. Also, I thank the convener of this program, Dr. V. Senthil Manikandan and Rahul. I started with my topic, industry, trade, and commerce. So the innovation I head to the 5.0. So we are talking about the 5.0. We will move on the next level. Okay. We can start with this changes in the period so 1961 to 1982. So this period, so 1961 to 1982, that is perfect correlations. So whatever the product is produced, whatever the product is available in the market, whatever the products in the stores, so all the people, they are ready to purchase. So there is no fraud at all. They can simply go, give the money, get the product. So like your parcel system, everything good. So after, since 1982, there are many changes happening according to the needs and wants of the customers is going on. And after the period, you can talk about after 1983. So what happened in the market? What is the situations happening? You can think of many changes. The human needs and wants of changes. The manufacturing sectors that are changing everywhere. So that's started with like in the morning session. They can talk about use of the metals, use of the steam, and use of the electricity, and use of the information technology, and now biotechnology and microtechnology they are using. So the industry, they are changing according to the needs and wants of the customer. According to the needs and wants of the customers. So many changes happening. So here and there. So everything is happening in a day and night. We cannot predict. So even 2021, it will happen. It may be going on and changes. It align with the customers' expectations and the industry. So you can talk about CBG forms. Okay, that's called the customer package. So in the certain companies, you can talk about Nestle, P&G, and Coke and Pepsi. So they are having a high volume of the products are produced, but they can get less margins. So this is the case. So now the very two sectors, two players, and worldwide, we can understood that. So that Amazon and Walmart. So if you talk about the 2018, that the period before, so the Walmart is the topmost one. So the CPG may be in a very higher. So now it's a sudden changes due to the COVID-19 and sudden changes in the technology, sudden changes in the our online. So everything we are in online, we are setting the home, we are everything to Amazon. So now we can change it here. So 479% to 485 in Amazon. So simply in the Walmart 89 to that is a big changes. So now what is the pricing and the digitalization? If you're talking about pricing and digitalization, so we need an analysis, we need a strategy, we need a structure, we need an implementation, and we need a monitoring. So if you're having a good pricing strategy, the company can run. So you can talk about Ola and Uber. They are in the Uber is get failure in the pricing strategy. So if you talk about the history of the Ola, how the pricing fixing. So we are need of the price for the product at its stagnant. So whenever the price is fixing for the one place to another place, the same price will be a next day. So but it frequently it changes, the people will not accept. So many people, they can go for comparing of the prices with the online. So we are verifying everything. So we can check it with Amazon. So what is the price? Or you can check it with offline. What is the price? Everything is the pricing. So we have the very important factors. We have CPG forms. We need to concentrate. We have to analyze strategy, structure. If it is implementation, it's not a matter. We have to again go for a further process. We have to go. Next one. So you need a more differentiated products are there. More differentiated products are there. We can target the customers. So many merger and acquisitions happening in the here and there. So we are using the analytical tools. So these are all the things are going on in and around. We have to see the things. And next one is you can go for the customer experience. So closely 450 million internet users are in India. So in every day, every seconds, every minutes. So the numbers it is increasing. It is going on. So we are very much rely on the online internet only. So 450 million and 300 million general users are there. So we are having a modern technology. So chatbots is available. So you can go with Alexa. You can do all your activities with using of Alexa. Simply you can switch on your mobile phone, switch on your camera, switch on your TV, washing machine, even your to water. Everything you can use by the Alexa. You can use. So chatbots. So whenever you can anything is required, customer care offices, there is no offices available. You can see the website. So nearby the person is coming. So you can check the words, everything. Whatever the words you are giving, they will be answered. So how many days I can get the product in your company? So he simply can give you a voice message or the chatbots. They can reply immediately. You can get it from the chatbot. So whenever see any website nearby, the chatbot is available. So Axelia and Alexa, so Dara, everything is there. So even if maybe voice bankings are available. So in a voice banking, you're giving the voice banking. You can open the voice banking. You can say the words. What is my bank balance? But still, your college is not credited with salary. It may be expected 2 or 3 days. It will come. So they may be spend analysis of your expenditures. So the last month you are purchasing these of the products. This month you are not purchasing anything on particular. Why? So next 2 days your wife birthday will come. So what you are going to do? So I will recommend your wife will prefer this kind of a product. So everything. So in the website. So you can your views and everything. It is automatically get into the internet. You can say what you are going to do in the next day. So organic products, how many products you are to purchase. So what kind of the things you are going to see. So you are the Facebook. They only decided what you are going to see. So in your Instagram, what kind of picture you are seeing the previous day, next day, that automatically 10 pictures will come. So everything on the basis of your intentions. So next one is after the 2 or 10 years, what will be there? So it may be in so more and more it's in online. So in your morning session, you can talk about so there is a banking, there is no bank. So here, so there is a shopping, but there is no shop. So இங்க நிறைய கடைகள் இருக்கும். இந்த கடைகள்லாம் இந்த ஃபியூச்சர்ல இன்னும் ஒரு 10 or 20 daysல there will be a shop. எல்லாமே என்ன செய்யும் வீட்டுல ஒரு பெரிய மானிட்டர்ல அப்படியே பார்த்துட்டு அமேசான்ல ஆர்டர் பண்ணிட்டு படிக்கிட்டே இருப்போம் இல்லையா? So now maybe on digitalization, IoT Internet of Things. So you can imagine so 109 trillion 243 exabytes in the global internet traffic maybe in 100 exabytes maybe 100 trillion is going on. Okay, now a single quantum computer it is occupying the world with a single computer maybe an a single quantum computer occupies every supercomputer across the world. So in the next year it may become. Okay. So now in the next forward, what are all things? Maybe the artificial rivers may become. So houses may be 3D printed. So the water from the atmosphere. So we don't have any place here atmosphere. Water atmosphere and the retailing. This one. So there is a high speed of the internet. So now we are in the speed. So again it may be a multiplying. So there will be a digital data. So everything on the digital data. So we are not maintaining anything books and records. There is no notes. There is no pen and everything. There may be everything on the digital data. So there is an intelligent device. So they may capture the emotions, expression, heartbeat, and body. So then the rise of in the morning to evening that talking about AI. So that is artificial intelligence. So deep learning, machine learning, right? And everything can talk about the responding algorithms. Okay, and next one. So robotic process automations, it is changing the repetitive works. So repetitive works, it is the same kind of the works need not go for any depending upon a human. They can use the robotic technology. Okay, so the bank offices, intensive process, HR accounts, everything on the robotic system. So these are the things in the banking. So then we know the only account number. So how we have to make the payment. Okay, so everything you are entering the amount, this is the automatic process. You can replace with the automatic process automation. And the next one is we are having unmanned aerial vehicles. So it's still in the process. It is not in a completed way. So it will come in later. So all the sky is under the control of the military. So it will be coming later. So 2013 for drones are available. Alibaba they can start up the 3 in China. It is going on, but in still India it is still in the process. Will come in. So in the next one is there is a technology partnership. So lending and financial wellness and portfolio management. And everything is a data-based decision making. Yeah. So smartphones applications. So we are having a more QR code banking, payment banking. So everything in the smart base, mobile. Yeah. So Paytm, so UPI code, UPI transactions. Everything is in the small mobile phone. So we not rely on anything. Yeah. So we question again in the buying to bank how many times you visited in the bank? So maximum one day per month 0. So no one is in the bank for any process. Everything is within the so mobile banking. You are getting everything. The next one is what's the demands for the millionaires? So we need of the financial education and guidance. So we need yeah. So that's one. And the customer service. So it's a very lacking, and we have to go for a customer service. And so money movement activities we have to measure, we have to control, we have to do everything. And budget and spending categorizations, so that's also very lacking on this area. So savings and so these are all the digital. So demand for the millennials. So with this, I can conclude. So thank you.
Good, sir. Relating to industry, trade, commerce, and innovations occurred. Sir has highlighted important areas, particularly 2 important points he has said. There will be banking, but no bank. There will be shopping, there is no shops. So we are slowly transforming to a digital area anywhere and everywhere. So that is the transformation that is taking place. Technology in banking.
Agenda தானா
அதாவது இது பண்ண முடியாது. செக்கோ இன் பேங்க்
எடுத்துட்டேன் சார் ஒரு நிமிஷம்.
Good afternoon to everyone. So normally the students may not be sitting to listen many speakers, but I like to highlight the technology in banking, which we talk about this industrial revolution. We have already discussed morning session, some of the resource persons talked about, but I'd like to highlight the few things, how technology has been implemented in the banking sector. Only for a slide now, but mostly what we use in our daily life about banking applications and technology. And most of the things which we use in our daily life, we may not be knowing what is the name for that. The first thing which we use nowadays is very familiar. எல்லாருமே phone pay வச்சிருப்பீங்க, Google Pay வச்சிருப்பீங்க, இல்லையா? UPay. So இந்த டெக்னாலஜிக்கு பேர் என்னன்னு தெரியுமா? என்ன நீங்க யூஸ் பண்றீங்க டெய்லி? நம்ம we just use all these things. Now nobody is going to the bank. Nobody, even though we have the internet banking, now nobody is going to the bank. Nobody is operating the internet banking. But just we click the QR code, click பண்ணோம்னா அப்படியே just a minute the transaction take place. It goes from one person to another person, one account to another account. So this phone pay or GPay, whatever the app that we use, is called open banking. So we don't go to the bank. So this is just a third-party software created for accessing the banking services. So third-party, these apps creators, they are called third parties. So we don't go to the bank. So this is called open banking system. Next, we have used this, we are familiar with the phrase blockchain. So this is one of the areas now it's going to be happening in the all over the world. So the blockchain அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு phrase வந்து கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்க தெரியுமா? பாப்பா. Blockchain. So what does it mean?
Consolidation of transactions in blocks.
Yes, that's one of this. It is a network infrastructure where any type of the documents or information that it can be stored in the blocks, which is called as nodes. NODs. NODES. Nodes. Nodes is a block. Of course, the diagram still we are facing a problem of it is the electricity. But we are regularized with the technology, but still we are lacking so many things. But this blockchain is a blocks. A person who is creating who is entering their ID, unique ID with a digital signature, you can transfer anything from one block to another block. So when you transfer from one block to another block, a string is created, which is called hash. This is a mathematical algorithm which is consists of the numbers, even the letters, alphabet letters. So the speciality of this blockchain now is being used by many places, many countries, and in India also. Next. See, this is the blocks which have been used. This is, for example, the first block. When you enter this block, any information, anything that you can use. For example, you send your money from one person to another person. You can just make this block. When the transaction take place, a hash, which I told in the code, which is there in the down, you see that it is automatically created. If your second person sending that money from A to B or B to C, then again hash, the code is created. It is automatically created. The one specialty of this blockchain is nobody can steal it, even the hackers. If the hackers wants to steal any information, for example, your money which you send from one person, like 1 lakh rupees you send from A to B. Suppose a person, the hackers wants to take that money, or he wants to make some changes for 1 lakh to 10 lakhs. A red hash, the string is created, red color. So when it's a red color, that you cannot transfer. So that's why the blockchain has a transparency, immutable. Immutable means cannot change. Suppose we use our ATM and we use the 4-pin numbers, isn't it? Suppose if you want to change this, identify the four pin numbers, you need to go for 10,000 times in order to identify the 4-digit numbers. 10,000 times. This blockchain, the technology, suppose if anybody wants to take or steal, it has to connect with all the people, which is called distributed ledger technology. Distributed ledger technology. Whoever involved in this blockchain has their connection. So any information that you put here can be seen each and everyone who are associated with this blockchain. This can be taken, information which is stored in this blockchain can be taken when more than 50% of the persons who are involved in this has to accept. So it's not possible for the hackers. It is not the individual that want to give some information, but more than 50% of the persons who are involved in this blockchain technology has to accept. Then only the hackers can take. Suppose any information that you want to take, it has to go for 4 crore times. Time on the mathematics the 50% times on the information can be changed. For example, 1 lakh to 10 lakhs or 100 to thousands. So every information is stored, which is called the nodes, or other name is called is block. This is just a transaction which is given the ledger nodes, say one person to another, another person to another, everything. It's just a kind of network. So now, next slide. The banks, many countries, they use this blockchain technology. So a technology that allows the transaction to be gathered or recorded in these blocks. For example, here I have given some kind of the data which is called automotive giants like Ford and Toyota implementing blockchain technology in their smart mobility solutions. Now everybody knows that in future there will not be no mechanic for the car. There's no mechanic. Even in America, you know that BMW is a software where you can get every information from the software for legal issues. Lawyer, நம்ம ஊர்ல lawyer எல்லாம் தேடி போறோம்ல இல்லையா? பக்கத்து வீட்ல பிரச்சனை அப்படினா lawyer எனக்கு இந்த மாதிரி பிரச்சனை இருக்கு எப்படி கேஸ் போட எப்படி எடுக்கலாம் அப்படினு. So now America BMW is a software which is used for the legal issues. எல்லாமே இந்த software நீ question கேட்ட அப்படினா பதில் வந்துரும். So the same things is happening here, even this the automobile system, the mobile industries. So the car industries. Now, as Madam has shown that the car is driven without a driver, isn't it? So this is the case even everything. I think those who are using the car may be knowing that even when you go for a wheel alignment, now it's everything is fixed in the machine. The machine will show the tire வந்து கரெக்டா அந்த லெவல்ல இல்ல அப்படின்னா அங்குக்குறி போட்டு காட்டப்படும். அது சார்லாம் ரோபோட் அவங்க இதெல்லாம் நீங்க நிறைய அவங்க டெக்னாலஜி சார் கேன் ஸ்பீக் மோர் அபவுட் திஸ். ஈவன் இதை எதுக்கு சொல்றேன் அப்படின்னா இன்னைக்கு அந்த அளவுக்கு டெக்னாலஜி ஹஸ் பீன் இம்ப்ளிமெண்டட் எவ்ரி பிளேஸ். ஸோ இது certain data is not a data the information. The enterprises which are using or implementing blockchain technology, even the Facebook is working on its own blockchain team to examine the value-added blockchain technology. Even the Facebook la ஒரு photo எடுத்து ஒரு photo நீ வந்து நீ யாராவது விஜய் photo உனக்கு பிடிச்சிருக்காத நீ ப்ரொஃபைல்ல வச்சிட்டு அப்படினா அங்க காமிச்சிடும். It's not your photo, that is the actor Vijay photo already, which is called with artificial intelligent AI. Yes, everything is stored. You cannot simply steal anything that you want to take. So that things and Switzerland and the cities that create a new platform called that ID for the citizen. And the Brazil government already they made a blockchain technology, IDs and documentation. And Estonia, that's a country, it is a very small country, excellent example. They already implement blockchain technology for land registry. Even Indian government is planning. I just to give this a certain information about this. Next slide. Next slide. See, the Minister of Electronic and Information Technology has supported a multi-institutional project titled Distributed Center for Excellence in Blockchain Technology. Now, I have cited the Indian initiative of blockchain technology. Now, see that the blockchain technology for property registration has been developed and started at the Shamsad district in Telangana. அதாவது பிளாக்செயின் டெக்னாலஜில வந்து நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டில் என்ன டெக்னாலஜி யூஸ் பண்ணா கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல நீங்க ரிஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் வந்தாச்சு. அது வந்து ஜஸ்ட் 2-3 years back. Computer way everything that you can enter under the token, everything is given timing. But this blockchain technology has given a wide range of utility for many fields, not only land registration, anything. So IIT Kanpur is working a blockchain technology focus on developing e-governance solutions. And today that Professor Marcus is talking about when some exam has happened here in St. Xavier's College can be evaluated in technology, isn't it? So these things are one area and aspect of the blockchain technology. And this is, I just given some information about this Indian initiative. Reserve Bank of India is exploring and applying blockchain technology in banking domain. So this is all this initiative that is being taken, but it's not fully executed or implemented. But it, in the coming years or within 2 or 3 years, I think we are going to see these all blockchain technology in all the industries that we are looking for. So next, the applications of blockchain technology. See, as I told you that many, it can be used in the education institution, it can be used in the insurance company, it can be used in the healthcare, it can be used the land registration, real estate, anything that you can use. It's a network technology can store lots of information. So that's called this blockchain, and it can be sharing economic activity, cloud storage, everything. This is, I have given only limited areas. There are lots of areas that are going to be used this blockchain technology. Next. See, biometrics already, we know, very familiar with the biometrics. Now most of the institutions and many companies and enterprises, they are using the biometrics. Biometrics or identification, character identification, as finger the iris identification, anything that we can. It is simply means the technology uses physical characteristics of the individual, like fingers, iris, and facial identification, facial recognition. You might have seen this, most of this in our நூறு வேலை திட்டத்துக்கு இல்ல பென்ஷன்ல நம்ம அப்பா அம்மா அவங்களுடைய பென்ஷன் இது வந்து வாங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க வயசானவங்க. இப்ப நம்ம ரேஷன் கடையிலையும் கூட என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்க அப்படின்னா அந்த ஃபிங்கர் பிரிண்டிங் வந்து தான் இன்ட்ரோடியூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இதை வந்து மற்றவங்க யாராவது சீட் பண்ண முடியாது. அந்த பென்ஷன் பீப்புள் வந்து வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு டைம் வந்து அவங்க வந்து என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா அந்த ஃபிங்கர் ஐடென்டிஃபிகேஷன் வந்து பேங்க்ல போய் காமிக்கணும். எதுக்கு அப்படின்னா அவங்க அந்த இது ஒத்து போதும் அப்படிங்கிறது. ஏன்னா சிக்னேச்சர் சார் வந்து டுடே ஐ மீன் இந்த ஆஃப்டர்நூன் பிகினிங் ஆஃப் திஸ் செஷன் டாக்ட் அபவுட் திஸ் சிக்னேச்சர் ஐடென்டிஃபிகேஷன். ஏன்னா அந்த செக் புக்ல நம்ம சிக்னேச்சர் போடும்போது அங்க கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல என்ன போட்டுருக்கோமோ அதே மாதிரி இருக்கணும், இல்லைன்னா பேங்க் அவங்க ரிஜெக்ட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க அப்படின்னு. இட் ஹேப்பன் ஈவன் டு மீ. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி வந்து I have seen some kind of the pictures, sir. I will take only for 4 minutes. I will just finish up.
1 minute, sir.
Sir, okay, sir. I'll try to finish up. See, this is the pictures already shown. Next, okay, next. Cloud banking. Cloud means a space. Now, you might have seen these banks. Sometimes a bank will go down with the network failure. Server down. Even the technology has been improved a lot, but still most of the banks in India, என்ன ப்ராப்ளம் ஆகுது அப்படின்னா டெக்னாலஜி நம்மளுக்கு வந்து அவ்வளவுதான் இருந்தாலும் கூட சர்வர் இதாயிரும் சார், நீங்க ஆப்ஷன் வாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லிடுவாங்க. No bank need to keep their own space for that. There are external space that can use. These are the providers. Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud Platform, Microsoft Azure. So these are the service provider where you can store a number of data in that. So people just go there with the ID, they can get any kind of information. So this problem will not be there if it is implemented fully in all the banking sectors. But only it's the initiative has taken place, but it's not fully implemented in India. But this is one of the technology. Even see International Data Corporation report in its 80% of the corporate bank in India is going to be operating this trade, finance, and treasury transaction in cloud system. See, cloud system even our college library lo kuda irukku. நம்மளுடைய நோட்ஸ் ப்ரொஃபசர் அவங்க வந்து தனியா வந்து ஐடி கொடுத்து போட்டு வச்சுக்கலாம். அதே மாதிரி தான் இந்த பேங்கிங் இதுல இருந்து இந்த கிளவுட் பேங்கிங் வந்து யூஸ் ஆக போகுது. நெக்ஸ்ட், artificial intelligence. It is already been talked about most of the people about artificial intelligence. Simply nothing is making a smart factory and machines. Smart factory. This is what the industrial revolutions, industrial era 5.0 is talk about this automation. See, how many data when you just feed into that computer. In the way the robotic operations in the hotels, madam was showing that everything it is in a அப்படியே வந்து கொடுத்த நீ என்ட்ரன் டு இதெல்லாம் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. But I did not see that film, but most of things already shown to you. So this is some areas the artificial intelligence. ஒரே ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள், எஸ்பிஐல வந்து சில பேங்க்ல வந்து அவங்க வந்து கேமரா ஸ்கேனிங் கேமரா அதை வந்து இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அது எப்படி அப்படின்னா when the customer goes to the bank, If he is not satisfied, everything is scanned and the report is given to that. I'm happy about the artificial technology, the scanning camera can tell to the bank managers. So either will certain due to the lack of time, I may not be able to explain all the detail. Next slide. So either on the certain areas, short pause, on the service. 24/7 service that's short part. So next. Machine learning, it's already talked about. It is an artificial intelligence that provides a computer with the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed instruction. It's focused on the development of computer program that can change and export to the new data. So, இதுல வந்து சொல்ல போனா அப்படின்னா நீ நிறைய எக்ஸாம்பிள் கொடுத்துருக்க. அதாவது இன்னைக்கு மெடிக்கல் டயக்னோசிஸ் இன்னைக்கு சிடி ஸ்கேனா இருக்கட்டும், எம்ஆர்ஐ ஸ்கேனா இருக்கட்டும், அப்டமன் ஸ்கேனா எனிதிங் தட் இன்னைக்கு கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல வந்து போட்டு ஃபீட் பண்ணி நம்ம வந்து இது பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா என்னென்ன ஏரியாவில் என்ன ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு, காருக்கு எப்படி வந்து ப்ராப்ளத்தை காமிக்கிறதோ அதே மாதிரி இதுல வந்து எல்லா விஷயங்களும் காமிச்சு நீ எதை பார்த்தாலும் கூகுள் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன், கூகுள் மேப், இது எல்லாமே இல்ல நிறைய விஷயங்கள் இருக்கு. பட் ஐ ஜஸ்ட் சைட்டட் ஒரு few. Next slide. இது the machine learning workflow எப்படி ஆகுது அப்படின்னா அந்த டேட்டா வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃபீட் ஆகுது. ஃபீட் ஆன தேவையான டேட்டா ஃபீச்சர் செலக்ஷன். இங்க வந்து நிறைய டேட்டா இருக்கும். பேங்கை பொறுத்தவரை லோன் கொடுத்துருப்பான், லோனை வாங்கியிருப்பாங்க, சில இடத்துல இருந்து சில கடன் கொடுத்துருப்பான், ஹவுசிங் லோன், எனி வெரைட்டி ஆஃப் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் வித் ஸ்டோர் அண்ட் ஃபீச்சர் செலக்ஷன். உனக்கு என்ன தேவை, இப்போ ஹவுசிங் லோன் வாங்கினவங்க எத்தனை பேர் இருக்காங்க அப்படிங்கிறது இந்த ஃபீச்சர் வந்து நீ என்ன பண்ணா இந்த செலக்ட் அவுட். அதை வந்து அல்காரிதம் which are out from others. ஏகப்பட்ட டேட்டா வந்து தேவையான டேட்டாவை நீ வந்து எடுத்துக்கலாம். எடுத்துக்கிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒருத்தன் லோன் சரியா கட்டிருக்கானா இல்லைன்னா அந்த டீட்டெயில் எவ்வளோ லிஸ்ட்டுமே இதுல வந்து என்ன ஆயிரும் ஸ்டோர் ஆயிடும். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் ஜஸ்ட் த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் விச் இஸ் put into the program that can be seen in the future whenever is required. So இதுதான் the machine learning workflow, but still the time is less. I may not be able to explain the detail. And this just thank you for all you that listening patiently about this concept. Thank you.
Has highlighted so many innovative, technology-oriented applications that are available in banking, particularly the security features, safety measures that the bank take. The future initiatives that the banks are trying to initiate, all these are being explained well. Now, I request Mr. Jagan, Director, Rehoboth Group of Companies, and he will be speaking on revolution in automobile industries. Over to sir.
Good evening. Madam, good evening. கொஞ்சம் லைவ்லியா இருக்கணும்னு நான் விரும்புறேன். நிறைய தியரியா நிறைய கேட்டிருக்கீங்க. பிராக்டிக்கலா கொஞ்சம் பார்க்கலான்ட்டு விரும்பினேன். மிஸ்டர் நடராஜன் வந்து என்னோட காலையில என்னோட டெய்லி ஸ்டேடியத்துக்கு போகும். அவரோட ஃப்ரெண்டு ஜஸ்ட் வந்து எங்க காலேஜ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எங்க ப்ரொஃபஸர்ஸா இருப்பாங்க. கொஞ்சம் உங்க இண்டஸ்ட்ரி பத்தி கொஞ்சம் சொல்லுங்க, எப்படி இருக்குன்னு சொல்லுங்க. ரொம்ப தயக்கம் தான். ஏன்னா சேவிஸ் காலேஜ்லாம் பார்த்து எனக்கு ரொம்ப பயமா இருக்கும். என் பையன் நான் ரொம்ப சேட்டக்காரன். காலேஜ்ல டான்ஸ்ல பிகாம் படிச்சேன், எம்காம் சதத்துல படிச்சேன். அப்போ அந்த சேவிஸ் காலேஜ் பசங்களெல்லாம் பார்த்தா ரொம்ப பாவமா இருக்கும், ரொம்ப அமைதியா இருப்பாங்க. நான் எப்படி வந்து கருத்து சொல்ல போறேன்னு நினைச்சிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி கிடைச்சது. ஐ தேங்க் காட் அண்ட் ஐ தேங்க் ப்ரொஃபசர்ஸ். இன்னைக்கு வந்து கேரியர் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில இருந்து 5.0 எப்படி இண்டஸ்ட்ரி வந்து போயிட்டு இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிறத குறித்து தான் நம்ம இன்னைக்கு ஒரு சின்ன டிஸ்கஷன். இப்போ வந்து ஆஃப்டர் பேண்டமிக் அது வந்து என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா நியூ நார்மல். நம்மளாம் இருக்கிறது வந்து நியூ நார்மல் அப்படின்னு இன்டர்நேஷனல் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ல சொல்றாங்க. அது இன்னும் வந்து நார்மல் ஆகல அப்படின்னாலும் நியூ நார்மல் அப்படிங்கிற டேர்ம்ல வந்து நம்மளதான் சொல்றாங்க. இப்போ இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில வந்து எப்படி ஒரு ஒரு காலேஜ்ல வந்து எப்படி நீங்க நெக்ஸ்ட் நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுக்கு என்ன சொல்லணும் ஏது பண்ணணும்னா ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை வந்து டிரைவ் பண்ணி டைரக்ட் பண்ணி கொண்டு போறது ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். ஏன்னா என்னோட அம்மா டீச்சர், என் ஒய்ஃபும் காலேஜ்ல ப்ரொஃபஸர், நம்ம கவர்மெண்ட் இன்ஜினியரிங் காலேஜ் திருநெல்வேலியில் மெக்கானிக்கல் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ல இருக்காங்க. அதனால எனக்கு சில நேரம் 10 மணிக்கெல்லாம் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் ஃபோன் பண்ணுவாங்க. நாங்களாம் அப்படி பேசுனதே கிடையாது. என் ப்ரொஃபஸருக்கு நாங்க சேட்டை பண்ணிட்டு இருந்த டீம்னாலும் அப்படிலாம் பேசுனதே கிடையாது. இப்போ ஒரு இடத்துக்கு போக சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க, போயிட்டு மேடம் போயிட்டு என்ன செய்யணும் அடுத்த கால் பேசுவோம். போட நேர போய் லெப்ட்ல போய் ஆபீஸ் இருப்பாங்க. மேடம் ஆபீஸ் வாசல்ல போயிட்டு நான் என்ன செய்யணும் அவனுக்கு தான் சொல்லுவாங்க. அவனுக்கு வேண்டிதான் போவான் ஆபீஸுக்கு. அவ்வளவு ஒரு கேர்லெஸ்ஸா இருப்பாங்க ஸ்டூடெண்ட். அவங்களுக்கு வேண்டி ரொம்ப முயற்சி எடுப்பாங்க. நான் எல்லாம் ரொம்ப நானுமே அவனுக்கு கோவப்பட்டேன். போன ஆவணி வீட்டுல இருந்தாங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இப்போ ஓகே, இப்போ அதே மாதிரி ஒரு இண்டஸ்ட்ரி, எந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரியும் இன்டர்நேஷனல் லெவல்ல ஒரு இண்டஸ்ட்ரி இருக்குன்னா அப்படி அவங்க ஃபோர்காஸ்ட் ஒரு திங்கிங் பண்ணுவாங்க. இது வந்து இச்சினோகாக்கு, இவர் தான் ப்ரொஃபஸர் இன் பிசிக்ஸ், ஃபியூச்சரிஸ்ட், நியூயார்க் காலேஜ்ல உள்ள ஒரு பெரிய சயின்டிஸ்ட். இவர் வந்து நீங்க யூடியூப்ல போய் பாருங்க. நீங்க தேவையில்லாதெல்லாம் நிறைய பாக்குறீங்க, சினிமா அதெல்லாம் பாக்குறத விட இந்த மாதிரி ஃபியூச்சரிஸ்ட், இந்த மாதிரி இவர் வந்து இவர் சொல்ற நிறைய காரியங்கள் தான் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. இவர் வந்து பிஃபோர் பேண்டமிக் முன்னாடி ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு குரூப் டிஸ்கஷன்ல இவர் வந்து நிறைய காரியத்தை பத்தி டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணாரு. நம்ம இப்ப சார் எல்லாரும் பேசும்போது அதான் சொன்னாங்க, இந்த ஆர்டிபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ். இந்த டெஸ்லா கார்லாம் சொன்னீங்க பாத்தீங்க, இது அடுத்த வருஷம் பாத்தீங்களா? இது வந்து ஒரு காரு. நெக்ஸ்ட் ஃபியூச்சர் கார் வந்து இப்படிதான் இருக்கும். அந்த காரோட நீங்க பேசலாம். ஒரு இடத்துக்கு நீங்க போறீங்கன்னா அந்த கார்ல நீங்க பேசலாம். அந்த காரோட நீங்க வந்து உங்களுடைய டிஸ்கஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் அதோட பண்ணிட்டு போலாம் அப்படிங்கிறது குறித்து அவர் பேசுறாரு. நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த ஒரு கார்ல இருக்கும்போது நம்ம வந்து இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் வரும்போது சார் பார்க்கிங்ல கொண்டு விட்டுவாங்க அப்படின்னு கூட்டிட்டு ரொம்ப தூரம் நடந்து வர வேண்டியிருக்கு. ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம சென்னை மாதிரி சிட்டிஸ்ல ஒரு கெஸ்ட் வீட்டுக்கே போறீங்கன்னா இந்த அபார்ட்மெண்ட்டுக்குள்ள கார் உள்ளோடு கிடையாது. வெளியே பார்க் பண்ணலாம்னா பார்க் பண்ண முடியாது. அப்படி கார்ல வந்து சொல்லலாம், காருக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு பேர் கொடுத்து நீ போய் நீங்க போய் பார்க் பண்ணிக்க, நான் வந்து வர 1/2 hour ஆகும், நான் கூடுவேன், நீ வந்துடணும். கமெண்ட் கொடுத்தா அந்த கார் வந்துடும். இதுதான் ஃபியூச்சரிஸ்டிக். அப்போ நீங்க வந்து கார்ட்ட பேசலாம், நீ ஏன் இவ்வளவு லேட்டா வந்த அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கார்ட்ட கேட்கறான்னு வைங்களேன். நீ சொன்ன நான் வந்து மரத்துக்கடியில கூட மரமே கிடைக்கல, நான் அப்படி தேடிக்கிட்டே இருக்கேன் அப்படிலாம் அந்த இதனுடைய காரியங்கள்லாம் வரலாம். இதுதான் ஃபியூச்சரிஸ்டிக். இப்படிதான் இருக்கும். நீங்க எல்லாம் பாத்துக்க. ஒருவேளை நம்ம சொல்றது வித்தியாசமா இருக்கலாம், ஆனா நிறைய சினிமால பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. அந்த மாதிரி செக்ஷன்லாம் இப்ப வந்துட்டு இருக்குது. இதுதான் இப்ப ஃபியூச்சரிஸ்டிக். பாத்தீங்கன்னா அடுத்த ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு காரியம் வந்து இறைவன் கொடுத்த ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு வரப்பிரசாதம் வந்து கண். எத்தனை மெகா பிக்சல் என்னதான் கேமரா வச்சாலும் அந்த கண்ணுக்கு ஈக்குவலண்டா ஒண்ணுமே கிடையாது. ஒரு வார்த்தை சொல்ல, கண் தெளிவுள்ளதா இருந்தால் உன் மனசெல்லாம் தெளிவா இருக்குமா, உன் கண் கெட்டதா இருந்தா உன் மனசே இருளா இருக்குமா, பைபிள் சொல்றது. அந்த வார்த்தை ரொம்ப உண்மையான வார்த்தை. பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த மாதிரி அந்த ஆர்டிபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் மூலம் எப்படி சார் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஹியூமனுடைய டெண்டன்சி இதுவா சார் சொன்னீங்க, டெக்னாலஜி டாமினேட்ஸ் ஹியூமன் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி. இந்த மாதிரி டெக்னாலஜி வந்து நம்மள வந்து படிப்படியா நம்மளை ஆக்கிபை பண்றக்கூடிய காலங்கள் வந்து வந்துட்டே இருக்கும். அதுல விட அந்த கண் இதுல வந்து இதை மாட்டிட்டு நம்ம வந்து எல்லாத்தையும் ஸ்கேன் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. ஸ்கேன் பண்ணி வச்சுக்கலாம். நமக்கு இப்போ ஒரு சினிமால வரும், ஒரு கண்ணை பார்த்து ரோபோ பார்த்தோன்னா இது எக்ஸாம்பிள் வந்து எல்லாம் எழுதுற மாதிரி. அதெல்லாம் ரியல். அந்த அவருடைய டீச்சிங்ல அவர் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கிறாரு, இந்த மாதிரிலாம் வரப்போ இந்த மாதிரிலாம் ரெடி ஆயிட்டு இருக்குது. பாத்தீங்கன்னா இது வந்து நம்ம ஆல்ரெடி ஆப்பிள் வாட்ச் வச்சிருக்கோம் தெரியும். என்னோட தம்பி இதை ஆப்பிள் வாட்ச் வச்சிருக்கேன். நாங்க ஒரு கல்யாணத்துக்கு போகும்போது அதுல வந்து ஒரு வார்னிங் கொடுத்துருக்கோம் நேரத்துல, நீங்க இருக்கிற இடம் வந்து டெசிமல் ரொம்ப இருக்கு, நீ ஆல்ரெடி உள்ள வந்து 10 நிமிஷம் ஆயிட்டு இன்னொரு 10 நிமிஷம் எடுத்தா உங்க காது ஜோடா போயிடும், உடனே இந்த இடத்த காலி பண்ணு. ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமா இருக்குங்க. அந்த ஆப்பிள் வாட்ச்ல அது உடனே எங்களுக்கு கமெண்ட் கொடுத்துட்டு நீங்க எடுக்காத உடனே கிளம்பு. இப்ப நம்ம பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். அப்புறம் வந்து ரோபோ லாயர். இப்ப நம்ம சாரு யாருக்கு பண்ணு சொன்னாங்க, ஏதாவது சண்டைன்னா உடனே லாயரை தேட போற மாதிரி. இப்ப நீங்க கார்லயே போறீங்க, நம்ம இந்தியால இருக்கீங்க, திடீர்னு தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருக்கீங்க, மத்திய பிரதேசத்துல போய் ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு ஆக்சிடென்ட் ஆயிட்டு வைக்கலாம், அவன் பேசுற லோக்கல் லாங்குவேஜ் நமக்கு ஒண்ணுமே புரியாது. அப்போ ரோபோ லாயர், ரோபோ டாக்டர் இருக்காங்க. உடனே அந்த கார்ல நீங்க கான்டாக்ட் பண்ணி நீங்க அவங்ககிட்ட சொல்லிட்டீங்கன்னா இந்த மாதிரி கேஸ் இந்த மாதிரி ஆச்சுன்னா ரோபோ லாயரு என்னென்ன பண்ணணுமோ அந்த இதுக்காக வேண்டி அந்த இன்சூரன்ஸுக்காக வேண்டி பேசி இன்சூரன்ஸ் கிளைம்னா கிளைம், கேஸ்னா கேஸ், அதை எல்லாம் சால்வ் பண்ணி வர வரைக்கும் அந்த ரோபோ லாயரை அது பார்த்துக்கணும். இதுதான் இப்போ கரண்ட் டெண்டன்சி வந்து ரோபோ டாக்டர் அமெரிக்கால வந்து ரொம்ப ஃபேமஸா அது வந்துட்டு இருக்குன்னு சொன்னாங்க. உங்களுக்கு என்ன, என்னோட கசின் பிரதர் ஒருத்தர் இருக்கிறாரு, அவர் கொஞ்சம் சுகர் பேஷண்ட், சன் நெட்வொர்க்ல ஒர்க் பண்றாரு. அவருக்கு வந்து லேட்டஸ்ட் என்னன்னா வயிற்றுல வந்து ஒரு சுகர், அந்த ரொம்ப ஒர்க்ல ரொம்ப டென்ஷன்ல இருப்பாரு, வயிற்றுல வந்து ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு சிப்பை பொறுத்திருக்கிறாங்க. அந்த சிப்பு இவர்கிட்டே இருக்கும், டாக்டர்கிட்டே இருக்கும். அதுல இன்சுலின் வந்து ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா அதுல உங்களுக்கு நீங்க அவர் என்ன வேணாலும் இப்ப சாப்பிடலாமா. இப்போ லட்டு சாப்பிட்டானா அதுக்கு தகுந்த மாதிரி இன்சுலின் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்கா உள்ள இறங்கிடும், இப்போ டாக்டருக்கும் மெசேஜ் போயிடும். இந்த மாதிரி அந்த டெக்னாலஜி வந்து இந்த மாதிரி வளர்ந்துட்டு இருக்குது. இது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், மேடம் சொன்னாங்க எலான் மஸ்க், இவர் தான் இவ்வளவுக்கும் நிறைய மூல காரணம். அவர் என்னென்ன ஃபியூச்சரிஸ்டிக்ஸ் என்னெல்லாம் பண்றாங்களோ அதோடைய இம்ப்ளிமெண்டேஷன், அதாவது இவருடைய சயின்டிஸ்ட் இவருடைய காரியங்கள் தான் இது வந்து கரெக்ட் ஆகிட்டே இருக்கு. இதுதான் டெஸ்லா பண்ணாரு தெரியும். நம்ம இந்தியன் கவர்மெண்ட்டும் அவரை இப்போ மாலை போட்டு கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க, வந்துருங்க. பாத்தீங்கன்னா இதோட பெரிய இவருடைய கண்டுபிடிப்பு யாருக்கு இதை பத்தி கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? நியூரலிங்க். இது ஒரு வரப்பிரசாதமா அல்லது மனிதர்களுக்கு கேடு விளைவிக்கிறதா அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு 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 கரெக்டா வந்து இந்த காரியம் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. இது பாத்தீங்கன்னா இது வந்து ஒரு சிப்பு. இது வந்து என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா அந்த ஸ்விமிங் மிஷின்ல உள்ள அந்த இது வந்து ஒரு சிப்பு கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்கேன். இப்ப நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய பேர் மொபைல் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே போறாங்க, என்ன பண்றோம் ஏது பண்றோம் என்னன்னே புரிய மாட்டேங்குது. இப்போ மொபைலுக்கு வந்து அடிக்ட் தான், அடிஷன். நீங்க வந்து ரொம்ப நீங்க கேர்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கணும். எஸ்பெஷலி நீங்க வந்து ரொம்ப ஸ்டூடெண்ட், ரொம்ப யங்ஸ்டா நீங்க இதுல மொபைலுக்கு அடிமை ஆயிட்டீங்கன்னா உண்மையை செய்ய முடியாது. ஏன்னா அன்னைக்கு வந்து டிவி ஒரு காலத்துல வீட்டுல டிவி இருந்தது, வீட்டுல பேசுறதுக்கு கெட்டு போச்சுட்டு இருந்தாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் செல்போன் வந்தது, செல்போன்ல இன்டர்நெட்னு ஒண்ணு வந்து கொடுத்தாங்க, அவ்வளவுதான். இப்ப யாருமே கேபிள் டிவில பாக்குறதே கிடையாதுன்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். அப்படிதானே? வீட்டுல எல்லாம் கேபிள் டிவி இருக்கு, பேர் தான் இருக்கு, ஏதாவது நியூஸ் கேட்கறதுக்கு தான் வச்சிருக்கிறோம். ஆனா நியூஸ் வந்து அப்பப்போ நம்ம என்ன நல்லது இருக்கு கெட்டது இருக்கு. இதுல 10 நிமிஷம் இருக்க நியூஸ் அப்டேட் வந்துட்டே இருக்குது. அதுல அப்படி கிடையாது, 1/2 hour வெயிட் பண்ணணும். அதை விட மொபைல் ரொம்ப ஃபாஸ்டா இருக்குது. பட் நம்ம கையில இருக்கிறது மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு அணு ஆயுதம் அப்படின்னு நினைச்சிட்டு தான் நீங்க வந்து அதை கேர் பண்ணணும். நீங்க அது கேர் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, கேர் பண்ணலைன்னா உங்களுக்கு அது பேராபத்தா வந்து முடியுங்கிறதுல ஒரு சின்ன லெவல் கூட சந்தேகம் கிடையாது. அதுலதான் நல்லது நிறைய இருக்கு, கெட்டது அதோட பல மடங்கு இருக்கு. அதனால பி கேர்ஃபுல், எஸ்பெஷலி கேர்ள்ஸ். பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த நியூரலிங்க் ப்ராஜெக்ட் என்னன்னா, நீங்க வந்து ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நீங்க வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல வந்து ஒரு சப்ஜெக்ட்ல நீங்க வந்து வீக்கா இருக்கீங்க, அல்லது பேங்கிங் டோட்டல் இந்த டேலி பண்ண முடியல, அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ்ல வீக்கா இருக்கீங்கன்னா அதுல சாஃப்ட்வேர் எழுதிடுவாங்க. இது எப்படி நம்ம கால்குலேட்டர்ல 3x3 = 9 வருதோ அதே மாதிரி இந்த சாஃப்ட்வேர்ல எல்லாம் ரைட் பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு மூளையில அதை கொண்டு போய் இது பண்ணிடுறாங்க, ஆப்ரேட் பண்ணி அதுல அட்டாச் பண்ணிடுறாங்க. இது வந்து பிரெயின் சிப்னு சொல்றாங்க. நீங்க அப்புறம் நீங்க நார்மல் ஆயிருவீங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் நார்மல் ஆயிருவீங்க. நீங்க என்னென்ன கமாண்ட் உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்காங்களோ அதை செய்வாங்க. கமாண்ட் யாருக்கு கொடுப்பாங்கன்னா நாய்க்கு தான் கொடுப்பாங்க. நம்ம வந்து இப்ப நீங்க வந்து அந்த மாதிரி ஃபியூச்சர்ல இந்த மாதிரி மக்கள் எல்லாம் மாறிடுவாங்க, இந்த மாதிரி அடுத்தால கொடுக்க வேண்டியது வரும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவரு அதுக்கான ப்ராஜெக்ட்ல ரொம்ப நெக்ஸ்ட் பண்றாங்க. இது வந்து அவரோட சொந்த ட்விட்டர்ல இருந்து எடுத்தது. 2020ல 3 கண்ட்ரிகளுக்கு அதை கொடுத்த சக்சஸ் பண்ணி பார்த்திருக்காங்க. அவருடைய ப்ராஜெக்ட் 21ல ஹியூமனுக்கு பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட். நான் பண்ணிட்டாரா பண்ணலையாங்கிற ரிசல்ட் எல்லாம் தெரியாது, என்ன பேண்டமிக் இருந்தது, பண்ணிட்டாரா பண்ணலையான்னு தெரியாது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பயங்கரமான நாள் கண்டிப்பா பண்ணியிருப்பாரு. நம்ம டெலிவரி அவர் சொல்லிட்டாரு, நான் வந்து 2025ல இருந்து இந்த சிப்பை வந்து நான் வந்து கமர்ஷியலா நான் வந்து சேல் பண்றதுக்கு ஐ எம் ரெடி அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அவருடைய ட்விட்டர் ரிப்போர்ட். இதுதான் எலான் மஸ்கோட திங்க். இது மட்டும் இல்லாம நிறைய செய்யறாரு. நெக்ஸ்ட் அப்புறம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா இன்ஸ்டாட் ரொம்ப நிறைய இன்டர்நெட், இப்போ நீங்க நிறைய இன்டர்நெட் யூசர்ஸ் ரொம்ப ஜாஸ்தி ஆயிடுச்சு. அவர் நீங்க வேர்ல்டுல அவருடைய திட்டத்துல ஒண்ணு, வேர்ல்டுல நீங்க ஈவன் இவர் இன் அமேசான் ஃபாரஸ்ட் அங்க இருந்தா கூட உங்களுக்கு வந்து இன்டர்நெட் கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு இப்படி ஒரு இன்டர்நெட் கிட்டத்தட்ட 42,000 சேட்டலைட் அதை கொடுத்து உலகத்துல உள்ள மூல முடுக்குக்கெல்லாம் நான் வந்து சேட்டலைட் கொடுக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் அந்த கேப்சூல் டைப் ராக்கெட் அவர் செஞ்சிருக்கிறார். நம்ம ராக்கெட்லாம் ஒன்ஸ் யூஸ் தான். ஆனா அவர் ராக்கெட் வந்து டெய்லி திருநெல்வேலி தூத்துக்குடிக்கு போயிட்டு வர மாதிரி டெய்லி 4-5 சேட்டலைட்டை மட்டும் அந்த இது பண்ணிட்டாரு. பாத்தீங்கன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட 10,000 சேட்டலைட் ஆல்ரெடி கொண்டு லான்ச் பண்ணிட்டாரு. இது சீக்கிரத்துல ஒரு வேர்ல்டு வைடா நான் வந்து சேட்டலைட் எல்லாருக்கும் இன்டர்நெட் கொடுத்துருவேன் சொல்லியிருக்கிறாரு. அது மட்டும் இல்லாம நான் வந்து எல்லாருக்கும் ஒய்ஃபைல கரண்ட் கொடுப்பேன்னு சொல்லியிருக்கிறாரு. கேபிளே கிடையாது, ஒய்ஃபைல நான் வந்து 2030 நான் வந்து எல்லா வீட்டுக்கும் நான் வந்து கரண்ட் என்னால சப்ளை பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி அதுக்கு ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் போயிட்டு இது போக நிறைய ப்ராஜெக்ட் வச்சிருக்கிறாரு. பட் அந்த எனக்கு வந்து இந்த நியூராலிங்க்ங்கிறது வந்து எனக்கு ரொம்ப எனக்கு தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுச்சு. ஏன்னா நீங்க இங்க ஓடவும் முடியாது ஒழியவும் முடியாதுன்ட்டு ஒரு இதுலையா பிக் பாஸ் அது வந்துச்சுன்னு வைங்களேன், நீங்க எங்கேயும் ஓட உண்மையில ரியாலிட்டி சொல்றேன். நீங்க ஒரு திருடன் எல்லாரும் மேலே சிப்பு மாட்டியாச்சுன்னு வைங்களேன், நீங்க ஒண்ணு இருந்தாலும் யாரும் நீங்க எங்கேயும் ஒண்ணும் பண்ண முடியாது. நீங்க ஓடவும் முடியாது ஒழியவும் முடியாது. அதுக்கப்புறம் என்னன்னா அவர் கொடுக்குற கமெண்ட் படிதான் நம்மளால நடக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். அன்னைக்கு அது ஒரு சினிமாவில் எடுத்த மாதிரி ஆள் சிட் டவுன்னா எல்லாரும் ரெண்டு போல உட்காரும், எதுக்கு உட்காருன்னு தெரியாது. ஆள் ஸ்டாண்ட் அப்னா ரெண்டு போல எழுப்போ எதுக்கு எழுப்போ தெரியாது. பட் ஆனா அந்த அதுக்கான காரியங்களும் அது ரெடியா வந்துச்சு. உலகம் அழிய போகுதுன்னு. ஆனா நம்மளோட கண்ணுக்கு எதிர நடக்குமா அப்படிங்கிறது பார்க்கும்போது அந்த நாட்கள் ரொம்ப தொலைவில் இல்லைங்கிறது ரொம்ப கிளாரிட்டியா இருக்குது. இவர் வந்து ஒயிட் கார்ட் ஜூனியர். இவர் வந்து ஒரு கோச்சிங் கொடுக்குறாரு. யாரு கொடுக்குறதுன்னா 6 to 14 இயர்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு கோடிங் கொடுத்து ஒரு சாஃப்ட்வேர் ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சாரு. இது எதுக்குன்னா சிப்புக்கு ப்ரோக்ராம் எழுதுற காரியத்தை சொல்லிட்டாரு. என்னன்னா இந்த காரியம் வேகமா நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு, நம்ம 5.0 படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கிறோம். ஆனா இது வந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் உள்ள ஸ்டெப் மாதிரி எனக்கு தெரியுது. அதனால டியர் பிரதர்ஸ் சிஸ்டர்ஸ், நீங்க எல்லாரும் பெரிய உங்க நிறைய அட்வைசஸ் கொடுத்தாங்க. இது வந்து நீங்க இதையும் நீங்க உங்க வாழ்க்கையில பாடமா எடுத்துக்கங்க. பாடம் நல்லது இருக்கணும், கெட்டது இருக்கணும். கெட்டதை வந்து நிறைய படிச்சிருக்கணும், ஆனா அதை நம்ம செய்யக்கூடாது. ஏன் செய்யணும்னா அது கெட்டதுன்னு தெரியுதுக்காக நம்ம அதை படிச்சிருக்கணும். பட் நம்ம இது எப்படி பண்ணோம்னா உங்க வாழ்க்கை வந்து ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியா இருக்குங்கிறது என்னுடைய கருத்து. தேங்க்யூ.
Then sir has highlighted the future of humanity, the future of business, the future of everything. So thank you, sir. If everybody come on stage, then I'll go for my conclusion, few minutes.
Cameraman.
Dear friends, we had a very serious academic discussion for about 2 hours. 2:30 we started. It is 4:30 plus. But it was not boring. It was more informative and reflective. Hope everyone will understand and accept that it was more informative and reflective. From the very first speaker, Dr. Ignatius, Dr. Vetrichevi, Dr. Sankar Narayanan, then Dr. Kennedy, then Mr. Jagan, all these people systematically prepared to their topic. What they wanted to speak, they all spoke. I was also taking a lot of notes. Usually that is my character. Wherever I go, whenever I find somebody speaking, I will start taking notes. So I have got a lot of information. That is one. Second thing is, though we planned 10 minutes, I was hesitating to stop them because they had a very serious preparation and they are to the point. What they wanted to say, they have prepared, and Selvi with the video, Sir with some anecdotes, the other people with their powerful PowerPoints. It is not a PowerPoint. With powerful PowerPoints, they all have done their duty exceptionally well. Kindly give them a big round of applause. So what is our take home? That is the question. So we are students and we are more live, we are more part of the society, and we will be living for another 100 years, everybody. We will have that confidence. But in 100 years time, 100 years time is too long, not for our survival, but for the transformation, technology transformation. So in 10 years time, 15 years time, we will see a transformed world. And to that, the witnesses were being made by these great legends. And everybody told that things will change in marketing, things will change in human resource aspects, things will change. Things will change in trade, industry, commerce. And one important point was banking will take place without banking. And you all will have another important thing. Learning will also take place without teaching. And that is the future of the society of the world. Then technology in banking. Professor has highlighted what is the future of banking is going to be. Then we have this revolution in automobile. So the automation has started dominating every nook and corner of the world. And one important thing, when we are fixed with a chip, we cannot think. We cannot admire at the other gender. So that's going to be a big challenge. But with all these, the world will move fast, ahead and ahead. So I really appreciate all the speakers for their unique presentation. They have not come with us, we'll manage, no. Everybody came with their own unique, special content and they have delivered it well. That's why I also allowed. In between, I requested Rahul sir, what's the time to which I have to conclude? He said, I can go up to 4:30, but now it is 4:45. So it is very interesting to note that these people have contributed. I really admire. I have gone for so many panels, but this is unique. I could say this panel is unique. People responsibly carried their duty. I appreciate. I also appreciate the organizers for identifying all these good speakers. My dear friends, so please do understand the future is going to be a big challenge, and it is very important that we have to adopt to the changing situation. If we are not ready to adopt, we will be thrown away. We will be thrown away. So with this small note, I appreciate and thank the organizers for inviting me to chair the session. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone. God bless you.
Thank you, learned professors, for your valuable contribution and making this panel discussion a grand success.
Thank you once again. Now it's a time to honor our resource persons who have involved in the panel discussion. So already our panel chairperson, Dr. Julius Caesar, has appreciated all the panel members. So really, we have received such a great message. We didn't expect such a great and advanced, future-oriented message received in this panel discussion. But we now we have received message more than our expectation, because already I have told you. Now we are thinking about industrial era 5.0. But from morning to till now, we have received message more than industrial era 5.0, 6.0, 7.0 like that. So our resource person is have such a great future focused knowledge or future focused vision. So in this occasion, I really thank all the resource person who have involved in the panel discussion. So now may I call upon our beloved coordinator, Mr. Jobaskar Xavier, to honor our panel chairperson, Dr. M. Julius Caesar, Assistant Professor of Commerce, St. Joseph College, Tiruchirappalli, honor of the shawl. And I may invite our one of the conveners, Dr. M. Senthil Manikandan, to honor our panel chairperson with the memento.
Yeah. What's up?
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to appreciate our own professor and my own friend. Even I would say, my dear brother is none other than our professor, Dr. C. Mahimaya Ignatius. He has given such a lot of information. And myself and Dr. Julius Caesar, how can we stop with the person? Because he has given me a message continuously. So somehow we have stopped him. So he has such a vast experience and vast knowledge. That is the thing. He has given such a great message. So I really appreciate and really thank. And may I call upon our professor, Dr. R.O.K. Ruben, to honor our professor, Dr. C. Mahimaya Ignatius, with his all. And may I call upon our great student, Mr. Vishwa from that become general, to honor our professor with the memento. Thank you. And we have another great resource person. I think 3 years back he was our colleagues. Now he is the professor of the great college, St. Mary's College, Tuticorin. There is none other than our beloved professor. By our great student, Mr. Vishwa. He has taken a lot of efforts. Yes, thank you, Professor, and thank you, Mr. Vishwa. And our great professor, there is none other than Dr. A. Salit Mary Vittichelvi, Assistant Professor of Commerce, St. Mary's College, Tuticorin. So may I call upon our Professor, Dr. Kanka Clara, to honor our great professor or great resource person with his stall. And may I invite our professor, Ms. Sivashankari, to honor our chief guest with the memento. Thank you. And now we have another great resource person, and already our chairperson has given the great introduction about the great resource person, that is another than Dr. G. Sankar Narayanan, Assistant Professor of Guru Nanak College, Meracheri, Chennai. He has come over from Chennai and he has a lot of experience and exposure. So may I invite our coordinator, Mr. Joseph Xavier, to honor our resource person with his shawl. And may I invite our great student, Mr. Udav Sundar, to honor our chief guest with the memento. And another great person, okay, recently only he has finished his own doctorate and is a scholar of our own great institution. There is another one, Dr. A. Kennedy. He is my own friend and he has also come over here for delivering his own valuable information to the audience. So may I invite our great professor, Dr. Senthil Manigandan, to honor our great resource person, Dr. A. Kennedy with his shawl. And may I invite our great student, Ms. Maria Pasmika, to honor our chief guest with the memento. And one thing I want to share in this forum is personalized memento is created by this student. No idea. We are talking about the personalized marketing, personalized product. Why not we given a personalized memento? That's why we have arranged such a mementos. Thank you. And here we have another great person. That is another than Mr. K. Jagan, the director, Raghovat Group of Companies, and he has such a vibrant experience on the entrepreneurial field. So may I invite our great professor, Dr. G. Arogya Ruben, to honor our chief guest with the shawl. And may I invite one of the conveners, that is Anthony Rahul Golden, to honor our chief guest with the memento. That is myself. Thank you. Once again, I thank all the resource person on the dais. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution. Thanks a lot. And with this, the panel session comes to an end. Now it's the time to paper presentation. So people kindly get ready. The last session is the paper presentation. Thank you.
Sir, 10 minutes break.